Hello. Hello there, Choice GD. Thank you for the tier 1 membership. Bonk 1 months. Why is that guy on the chair? Bring him back. Look, chair is my servant. He enjoys being sat on. Man, the membership notification is so big on the on-screen chat. Hey there, Swish. It's not morning here, but slavery, maybe. Maybe, possibly, just a little bit. He's into it, it's fine. I'm genuinely shocked. I'm actually shocked that we are getting like, or we got like this part of the ARG on Global. Which is kind of sad because it shows just how low the confidence in Yostar EN is. That I was genuinely shocked when they actually did like tweet it and everything, and the site is live for Global as well. And also, yeah, it's just the result of it, yeah. It's not like the full ARG. We just get like the more easily interactable part with it, which indeed is still more than expected somehow. We also do not indeed have the Terra book yet. We do not have the Terra book yet. We do not have the Terra book yet either. Are you for Jachu Hongwu? What is it? I think you missed a couple words there. There's some vital verbiage is missing in the sentence. Don't expect it this year. I really want them to release it though, because like if they I still need to buy the most recent art book as well that is like waiting. But I want to order them at the same time because of, you know, shipping and all that. I want to order them at the same time. So I'm kind of waiting for the Terra art book or the Terra book to also go up. But like, they have yet to, they have been completely silent about the Terra book after they said it will at some point. I guess it also isn't out for JP either yet, right? I think it isn't out for JP either. But I don't know. Is it Joel? I called you Joel and I meant Talos. Also, I like how you're in both chats. Thank you as well. Also, yeah, I did see Lens tweeted about it, that indeed the newest thumbnail, or the thumbnail that they used for See You Soon, or the trailer for See You Soon, is actually like a somewhat custom thumbnail. Like, it's not just a frame from the video. It is, and it's also not like it is slightly changed to fit like a thumbnail better. I mean, wait, I have it here. This thumbnail. Like the fact, like just this composition of it with the text here and then the character there and so on, that is not a frame from the video itself or like otherwise artwork. So it is like specifically for the video thumbnail. Which is such a low fucking bar that it's insane that this is a notable difference for them to make. That it's notable that they actually have a thumbnail specific image. What the fuck? That's so dumb. But I mean, thank God they do. However, I would like to point something out, okay? You see, when I tried to download it for the thumbnail for my own stream. I would like to show you something. Unless they have fixed it at some point, which it doesn't seem like they have. When you put it into one of these, where you get the thumbnail images and whatnot. They start using a specific thumbnail image. They don't even have it in fucking 720p. It's in 480. The maximum quality is 480p? I mean, you can see it looks fucking dog here as well. They don't even have 720p thumbnails. Even the automatic thumbnails that the YouTube itself provides are 720p. Because that's the max the max a thumbnail can be is about 720p. It's, oh my jeez. I was like, oh cool, they're using a specific thumbnail. And then I went and then I realized this and I was like, oh, for Jesus fuck's sake, really? Small indie publisher, please understand, for real. I did laugh. It was very funny in like a slightly sad way, but my god, yep. So they used a special thumbnail, but then you know, also the EP epilogue that was posted 7 hours ago, that's not a special thumbnail. The See You Soon animation PVA is not a special thumbnail. Like, none of the EPs for a while have a special thumbnail. I think the one for U Event is just a shot from the video itself. The anime trailers, the anime episode previews do have special thumbnails, which is probably thanks to your star JP main, you know. Otherwise, however, indeed, you just scroll through any of this. Anime episodes, like anime stuff, has specific thumbnails. Like these ones. But then pretty much nothing else has like a specific thumbnail. It's just a shot from the video somewhere. Which is just so wild when like... It's just like really... But I don't know. I don't know if it's maybe they're not, because obviously there is special thumbnails for everything from Bilibili, like Hypergraph has, you know, specific thumbnails for everything. But they probably don't indeed have like an English version, like all the text will be in Chinese and so on. And I guess maybe they don't provide versions of those with the translated ones, because I'm pretty sure also, I'm in the wrong place. I'm pretty sure even Arknights JP doesn't use like special thumbnails. Yeah, it's the same thing. And actually their See You Soon thumbnail. Their See You Soon thumbnail actually is just the shot from the video itself. That's just a shot from the video. And this is also just a different shot from the video. So yeah, like it's not like JP does it either. JP also just uses mostly auto thumbnails except for the couple of like anime ones and so on. And for everything else, I've never encountered a thumbnail where they don't even have a 720p. It's just this See You Soon one from EN now that is, for some reason, they have a custom thumbnail, but then it's not even 720p. Crazy. Insane. Okay, so today's plans, obviously they're in title as well. We will get to reading. I think what we'll do is we'll read, which I'm guessing should take like maximum 3-ish hours. We'll read, then we'll watch the anime episode, and then boom, we'll hop to the Arknights personality test, essentially. That's kind of how it was. I did a couple questions yesterday. Like I started, and then I realized, wait a minute, I should just do this on stream. So then I saved it for the day. Fucking intern, man. Yeah, it was very funny when I noticed it though. It's like, damn, really? But also, I think I should just do it. I think because I don't know what other. Never mind. Actually, I could do it tomorrow. So tomorrow I am playing Popocom. But I think I'll have a little bit of time at the start. I'll probably start like slightly earlier than we planned on starting playing. I could just watch the Honglu trailer at that point, actually, rather than watch it now. I think I'll watch it tomorrow. Or I could, it's a minute and 30. I could just watch it now. I could watch it now and then just direct the Limbus frogs to the start of the stream. Maybe that's better. I do also just kind of want to watch it. I don't actually want to wait a day. Let's be real. I don't want to wait. Well, anime before personnel, then I have to go dip and come back. Because anime is like a set time of watching. I don't know how long like the other one takes. Also, that simply inconveniences you personally. Not everyone. Turn the volume down a little bit. We will watch Hongus. It's 1:30, so it's not terribly long.
지나치게 긴 시간이었죠. 매일 아침 할머니께 문안 인사를.
He's a little bloody, just a little bit. Oh, the force. I saw her. Those are some gacha animations.
이 붕대가
Gets hit.
그렇게 궁금하신가 보군요.
Very red, by the way.
있잖아요.
Okay, yeah, probably some kind of assist attack or other.
그저 평범한 붕대를 두르고 있었거든요. 근데 자꾸만 눈구멍에서 검고.
Nice words down there. Putrid blood.
멋지도 않고.
This is showing a lot of S3s. Ooh!
그래서
It's peak! Combo attack? Yes! The 4 grade houses are no more, okay.
무수한 군중의 일원일 뿐. 군주가 아닌 자는 그 누구의 위에도 설 수.
Also music.
선택해라.
Dragon.
가문의 이름 아래 몰락할 것인지 홍원의 뜻 아래
Oh, it's all the
번영할 것인지.
It's all the Hay show, isn't it? All these, yeah, all these eye colors are different Hay shows. Okay. Dude, the combo attack is so cool. That's so cool. I love that. Also, I mean, there's clearly gonna be a bunch of Hay show like synergy of some kind, assist attacks or whatever it is. But the combo attack was so cool. I'm so glad they're doing stuff like that because. That's so cool. Like, imagine we could have also like had that sort of stuff for like Bullet Honglu and Bullet Heathcliff. They could have also had like some sort of I mean, they kind of have combo attacks, but they don't like literally do them at the same time. Yeah, 4 grade houses indeed is no more is a real casual sentence to be in there like, oh, he fucking destroyed all of them. Truly bad and Honglu. Or like Dictator Honglu ending, huh? Also, yeah, well, I mean, clearly he ripped out his eye, and now the eye is just constantly forever bleeding. How fun! How fun! Hong Corp. That's why it's H Corp, as in Honglu. Happens when you have Ishmael as your sister. Ah, that's how it all went wrong. I see. Understandable. Okay, pretty cool. I'm glad I didn't wait. Pretty cool. And now I can direct Limbus frogs to like 10 minutes into the stream. I am made of gets shot. Yeah, Dictator Honglu. Megalomaniac and Dictator Honglu. And obviously all the Jacho poses and everything, it's pretty cool. We did kind of knew what was coming, which is why like the most surprising part truly is the combo attack. I'm wondering if it's, I mean, it probably is considering how like special the animation looked. It's probably forced only. Which I mean, I have Malforced, so I'm cool. I'm cool with that. I would have been using them together anyway. Very cool. Okay, I'm quite excited. I will be rolling for him. Well, so probably next week on Thursday, we'll probably do like an hour stream or something just for rolling for Honglu. Or, well, probably not an hour. It'll be probably short stream. Just for the rolls and nothing else. Maybe not quite as chaotic and loony as the Dawn one, but... Did we see Shirode specifically doing like the actual combo attack though, not just like some form of assist attacks or... Okay, did also do with Shirode? I'm just blind? Never mind, okay. Never mind. So clearly there are multiple then. If there's actually one for every Heisho with its own animations. That's so many animations. That's a lot of animations. That's a lot of animations. And then we are here with Kilted. No way. Yeah, or for all Heishosins, yeah. Yeah, he's very likely that he does actually just have combos for everyone. Yeah, because I just didn't notice the Rodion one. Because if there's two of them, there's no reason for Rodion specifically to have it, and then the others to not. It's not like Rodion's ID is more important. You know, like, for Faust, it was like, oh, of course Faust has a special combo attack. So it could have been only Faust, but if we actually saw Rodion as well, then yeah, no, it's probably all of them. And then it's more so a question, obviously, of how many more Heishos are we going to get? We literally only have 2 packs of Heishos right now. There's 10 more. There's 10 more. Anyway, let me quickly... right. Renegade threatened me with something. Earlier today, he was like, are you streaming today? I left you something in your base, which... Oh, did I unlock another... Oh, this one I just don't have. Like this one I do. Okay, yeah. 2 more Heisho IDs from old L directors at a stream. Oh yeah, he did say something like that, didn't he? But it was just like more Heisho IDs. Did he say anything specifically about the packs? Did I not collect these earlier? I guess not. What the heck? Pipe bomb? Yeah, that's the thing. Like, he said he left something, and now I don't know what he means by this. I didn't have like a clue bomb or anything. I don't even see him visiting right now, unless he's somewhere else. Hyphen fucking sleeping. Oh yeah, I guess a horse pack, yeah, because... I mean, we're supposed to have a Way ID, and Way is horse Heisho, so... I did not try for enchilada, no. I do not require enchilada. I'm not hungry or thirsty. Both relevant for this particular character. What the fuck did he mean by he left me a surprise? How do you even leave a surprise by visiting other than like a clue bomb? Did he think that there's some kind of mechanic to do something and then not for real? I just want to know. He's voiced by Mersolvier. I did see this. Also, he's English. Noel is so French. His ENVA, incredibly French. Supremely French. Can you donate Noels for us? No, I don't have Noels either. What do you mean? There are no wells to be... No Noels to be donated. Fish femboy and enchilada. It happens. Hoard the wells. I had a friend, speaking of the lobby music, which is quite nice. I had a friend just be like, the Hoseki no Kuni vibes. And I was like, it's so true. It absolutely is Hoseki no Kuni vibes, especially at the start. I did 2 stages so that I had enough to buy these so I could actually unlock the story. Also a fucking Verdant skin, of all things. Cool. I'll buy it literally just because I'll end up, like, I automatically clear out the star, so I'll buy it, but like... Got the sucky woman, but no Noel. I have not... So far, I have not seen too many people being terribly lucky on this banner. It seems people have not been doing well. Which is also funny because I think there's a significant overlap in people rolling for Enchilada and rolling for El Banana. And they are now in trouble. We'll do the ARG probably like as the last thing in the stream. We'll read first. I want to do the readings. That's the main part of the stream. Then we will watch the anime episode and then we'll ARG, I think. Unless I decide to do the ARG after reading. If I change my mind in the next couple hours. Don't really read story collections. Some of them are relatively important. Mainly the more recent ones. Some of there's some which are not, but most of the recent ones are fairly important. To something at least. Death in Chunfen is not very important really to anything. Also, the lobby music is kind of loud again. Where are they? Intelligence. Or public affairs. Special operation. Operation intelligence, not that important. Ancient Forge, actually just better to skip it. Stories of Afternoon, not that important. Children versus, pretty, like, kind of standalone. Like, you know, it's good to read, but, like, not extremely important. Reminding Breeze isn't important. Here Beyond, not terribly important. Pruling Light's not that important. Vigilo, important. Pinistal Vestris is kind of like a prologue to Near Light. Light Spark in Darkness, not super important. Like, not really even, it's not even a prologue to, like, Victoria Arc stuff. It's just a side bit to Victoria. To Be Continued is mainly just indeed giving you a couple bits of epilogues for other things. Obscure Wonder is somewhat important for Leithanian stuff, or if you just enjoy Bwynar. Death in Chunfen, not terribly important. Black Forest Wills of Dreams is the prelude to IS4. Greening Valley, actually, I think is surprisingly important to read, specifically to have read before Babel. I think it's actually fairly important to read Greening Valley before Babel. Not like necessary completely, you can also read it afterwards, but like at some point it should get read. And originally it just came out before Babel, so. Castelian Rescue is the prelude to IS5, obviously. And like you don't actually know what the setup for IS5 is if you don't read this, really. Or does the language look so weird with a different font? Yeah, I guess it's Cyrillics. He's alter soon. I mean, it could be. Like, I wouldn't be surprised. I thought story collections were optional, so I tried doing Near Light right after Maria's story, to skip forward the side story. So, well, because they used to be. The first couple of them really are indeed like fully standalone, and they're genuinely just like small little separate small stories from here and there. They don't even necessarily have like a big theme to them or anything. But then they start using them as more just like smaller connecting events or something like that. Just to either fill out some bits from other events or fill out a small gap between events or stuff like that. So it is easy to like be like, they're not that important. But then some of them kind of are, sort of. Or at least good to read. Also, they're usually pretty short. Like if you're not reading, if you read fairly fast, you can read through almost any vignette event in like 2 hours. They really don't take terribly long to read. Like it takes me on stream reading, for me it takes like 3 hours, which is slower than just reading. Also, they really start with like 2 in just different languages. Arknights Event, which is probably fucking Gaelic, and I don't know Gaelic. This one I just know the translation for this one is, I believe, Return to Ursus. And then there's Noel, Enchilada, this hecking guy. This one I'm quite interested to see what this bit is. And the backgrounds are cool. And then obviously we have, you know, the Amiya, of course. Amimi, my beloved. We love Amiya in this house. But we shall begin with El Banana by Heintan Grian. Oh, right. Oh, right. Has it done it again? Wait. Let me check. It has. Okay. Well, cool. Epic. Guess it doesn't matter for this particular stream, but it's reset all my controls again. I don't know why it does that. I'll have to import or export them so that I can constantly import them, I guess, if it continues doing that. All shall return to fire. While you, my unruly shadow, you had every opportunity to avoid involving yourself in this. Since you decided to jump into the flames together, come. Join this magnificent blaze where even shadows lose themselves. Ignite the sun or something? Okay. As an advice or order. It could be a typo. Because, you know, Cyrillic, weird. So we're basically right outside Londinium? That's what I heard. Never walked so much about my entire life. Figure you've walked more than Morin and the others? Them? They followed the leader all the way from the Skathana fields. How can I even compare? Well, who's counting? Besides, we're here. What now? We fight? Suppose. We've been through more than our fair share of scuffles on our way here anyway. Stray Sarkas, wasteland bandits, soldiers hired by nobles. Sorry, present company excluded. I meant the ones who specifically target Terrans. You know the type. I know. I just wanted to say... No, it's nothing. Come on, out with it. Is your leg better now? Can you do a little jig? Making him dance. The slightly sultry breeze of early autumn blows the stench of swamp and grass into the air. I know that smell. The soldier separated from his squad looks up towards Londinio, so let me move my window a little bit. His ears are not being deafened by sporadic cannon fire, nor is the Sarka's witchcraft he heard so much about anywhere to be seen. Fine, I'll try. Don't step on my leg. Leg! They're dancing in the camp? I'll tell them to stop. We can't risk the noise this close to the battlefield. No, it's fine. We'll be safe as long as we're inside the camp. But we have to press forward. No. The road ahead passes through a battlefield, and I should go alone. Okay, yeah, we're back where Firelight casts ended. That was so long. Reed, Morin, come dance with us. So you're all here. Battlefield's just up ahead. No clue how we're gonna end up. Everyone's in pretty good shape for now, so let's dance while we still can. If we move enough, it'll shake off the fear. It's lovely, but I'd rather everyone stay here and go no further. Huh? We're not going to battle? It's too dangerous for you. That was like over 2 years ago, I think. So you're going on ahead? All by your lonesome? I'm sorry. How long will you be gone? I don't know, but I'll definitely return. Reed, everyone who followed you here knows that fighting is inevitable. We all know we're not qualified to join the frame, but we want to help you, even if all we can do is to block a few bolts. I'm not qualified either. Reed? Be it Wellington, the other dukes, or the Sarkas, they are the ones tipping the scales of this war. But us? No matter which side we choose, we'll make less of a difference on the battlefield than a speck of dust. That goes for both you and me. Then why? There's something I must do. Don't mistake me. What I intend is no nobler than facing off with the Victorians for our people. Swords drawn. I just have to face it. To face her. The leader? The leader. Almost every Taran knows of Dublin and the leader. Even those not in the know will soon learn of their existence from the increased Victorian aggression after Wellington's army marched off towards Londinium. Of course, they will also realize that the leader of Dublin standing before them would seem out of place with the fabled Spectre force or on Wellington's high-speed battleship. But she saved them and asked nothing of them, so to them she is without a doubt the leader. People come and go. Those of us still here have already made up our minds, so don't you worry on our behalf. Don't mind my wounds. Still have a chance against the restless dead. You saved my life, and if I die here, it'll be a worthy death. Thank you, everyone, but we didn't come all this way to become martyrs. The road ahead of us doesn't lead to yet more fighting. On the contrary, when I return, we'll return to Atara without war. Together. So you're coming back for sure, Reed? I am. Then we'll wait for you. Thank you. We've seen this CG before. After the battle at the Silver Rock Bluffs, the royal court forces retreated behind Londinium's walls, while Victoria's dukes kept their forces stationed around the city, in no hurry to assault it. Wellington's army, with their fresh new flag, did not participate in the siege, and stationed themselves just outside the war zone like an indifferent observer, coolly watching the deadlock outside the city. But a stalemate does not necessarily mean peace. Scouting efforts and countermeasures, raids and ambushes, Sarkar's witchcraft and brief cannon barrages. Accompanying them are curses and groans of the immobilized wounded, unable to do anything but wait in vain for death to come. Everything comes together in a tapestry of stifling tranquility. Doesn't sound that tranquil, but... There is ambulance outside. You shouldn't be able to hear it, though. The Draco takes advantage of the current peace and sets off to put an end to it. To it? The peace? How's the situation outside the city? A group of Victorians tried to snatch their wounded off the battlefield a few hours ago, but we bled them dry. But they'll beat us to death if they spot any of us alone, and their firepower is terrifying to boot. Okay, so this is before Londinium was actually captured, like recaptured, with the stuff that we saw in Grand Overture. Captain, is it true? What's that so-called bobble on the radio said the other day? Shut up if you want to live. Obviously after that, though. What? Over we for walking around outside the city? Helping to treat the wounded? She mocking us? Does she think we're already as good as dead? I'll give you a minute. Consider your lives forfeit if she's still breathing. Wait, what? You're telling me she's even saving the Sarkas? Alright, because they do see Vuivin and they're like, fucking, probably a Brit. Bloody devils. Been holed up in there for days and still pack a punch. Personally, I'd rather the siege continue. Old Wellington's not in the siege. Changed flags and retreated to his own camp. It's obvious he no longer wants to fight the Sarkas. Her Grace the Duke of Castor and her magnanimity has ordered us to not pursue the matter any further. Or are you going to find more unlucky blokes to hold off the Sarkas troops? I mean, I'm certainly not volunteering for the duty. Are there even any Victorians left in the city? What, with so many wounded soldiers out here on the field? That's a little funny one. It's just two of the same guy. Reporting in, we have returned. What? How? Everyone we sent to rescue you never came back. Vuivre, Castor, she saved us. Vuivre? Which duke does she serve? Gododin? Fife? No idea. She didn't even seem to care which side we were on. Sod it. Just who was she? You think she was going, what? Towards the city? Seemed like to the Gastrel. I'm sorry. This is all I can do for you. It's okay. I'm just relieved. My chest doesn't hurt anymore, at least. Thank you so much, leader. I've seen you before at Oak Grove. You said then the flames have already been kindled. So now I'll become one of the restless dead and continue fighting for Tara even after I die, right? Wrong one. Is that what you want? Then master is this. You won't. What? The flames will indeed swallow up many lives, but never should they intentionally use life as tinder. That isn't how flame is meant to be used. Do you know the legend of the Watchmen? Those who send returning Taran warriors to sleep in flame, so they may finally know rest. Your fight is over, soldier. I hope you find rest just as they did. Leader, I can't. This is an order. As you command. Wait a moment. But they're completely different colored! One of them is purple! Oh, him. Brigadier, sir. What's the situation with our target? She's been treating any wounded on our way, otherwise has been headed straight towards our camp. They'll soon reach the Gastrel's gangway. What are the Sarkas and the other Duke's movements? The Sarkas have made a few probing attacks with small squads, but are evidently unaware of the situation and have failed to slow her down. Continue surveillance and prepare for her to board. Eliminate any threat to her life. Yes, sir. Another thing, Brigadier, sir. We and you Tarans have already become companions on the battlefield after risking our lives together. Yes? No need to beat around the bush. Ask me any question you have. I've heard some rumors regarding the target, that he once plans to get rid of her. So, why are you protecting her now? Reporting in. Target's at the gangway. I guess so, yeah, purple. Also, maybe they just haven't, like... But this guy had seen the leader, though. But I guess it could have also actually been Reed, because at one point, Reed was paraded around as the leader. Let her board. Bring her to the command center. The bridge? Let her board and bring her to the Gestrel's command center. Yes, sir. I thought you would have welcomed her personally. Me? I'm no longer qualified. Interesting. Okay. Old man? Your Grace? Thought the one waiting for me would be my sister. It is inconvenient for the Princess Eblana to meet you at the moment, Miss Lokshini. But I'm quite interested in how you managed to obtain the G0 high ground coordinates. Is it the pharmaceutical company you stay at? That doctor? Yes. Then, milady, would you kindly pass along a message? The doctor will have to personally come and get whatever it is wanted from Tara. The doctor was only helping me meet my sister, expecting nothing from Tara, only hoping to end the war sooner, and I agree. Pardon my frankness, Miss Lokshini, but I see only a mouthpiece here, and I believe mouthpieces have no authority to make suggestions. I'm no go-between. I represent only myself. Then I shall hear you out. What exactly do you want? Peace. Peace? The cannons still ring. Sarka's witchcraft still hovers above our heads, and you will speak of peace? It is only because I am meeting you in good faith that I will choose not to regard that as an insult to this war. That is absolutely not my intention. This war continues not because it cannot be ended, Your Grace. Even I can tell the Sarkas are running out of time. The Victorians have surrounded the city but have refrained from an assault in order to preserve their strength. I suppose they plan to starve out the city. They do not care if any of their own countrymen remain inside. It doesn't matter if there actually are, as long as they don't see a single one when they eventually enter the city. An ugly tactic, if there ever was one. The root of ugliness is cowardice, as it always has been. The morality of one's actions does not diminish its cowardice, Miss Lokshini. Cowardice is when you hesitate to take responsibility. Which is why I'm standing before you now. I hope that you and your forces can put an end to this ugly siege, break the Sarkas' fragile front, and spare every Victorian in the city from the calamity created by their own people. I see. Now I understand why you have come. As Her Highness Eblana said, you show both compassion and nobility. These virtues of yours are far from a reason for the Terrans to once again involve themselves in a conflict between the Sarkas and the Victorians. The Gestrel would not be stationed here if intervention was never an option. Ask for a reason, Miss Lokshini. I, the Gestrel, and the countless other Taran warriors require a reason good enough for us to risk our own lives. Please, Your Grace. Please has no power on the battlefield. Reed tries her best to look straight into Wellington's eyes. She knows well what holds the most power on the battlefield. She knows she's qualified to wield it, and that right is all she has. That right. She also knows that once she uses it, there will be no turning back. But she was never uninvolved, and that is precisely why she came here. Takes a deep breath. Then, Your Grace, I order you, in the name of Tara. I order you to rescue the Victorian civilians inside the city. I order your fleet to smash the weak Sarka's defense line to bring Longdinium the relief she should have had long ago. I order the Taran army to demonstrate noblesse oblige, not for material benefit, but for all to see our glory. As you command. Any other orders? You've been stationed outside Londinium this whole time, yet you acquiesce to my command so easily. Could it be because my sister? No. My presence here means only one thing, that once again I was able to witness the cowardice and evil of the Victorians. As long as you are willing to give orders, you will have command. You merely made a choice, to align yourself with Her Highness Eblana and the newborn Tara. I did. I would have come here even if the city was not being besieged. If so, then I believe Her Highness will soon find the time to grant you an audience. Sorry to say, but this truly is an inconvenient time for her to meet you. What is she planning? Does it matter? Whether it succeeds or fails, it would nonetheless benefit Tara. Truly? She made a promise. She will honor it. Do excuse me. Just S3 them. The command center returns to silence as Reed scrutinizes the conversation they just had. She completed some of her objectives and learned a few things, but is left even more puzzled. She has stepped in and can no longer turn back. Luckily, it won't take us too long to, get the continuation to this bit of this vignette event, because, the Leblana event is coming. Miss Lakshmi, you are... The general ordered me to escort you out and show you to your cabin. You may spend your time aboard the Grastrel as you please before we reach Taran territory. My apologies, but there are people waiting for me. Do you mean the Tarans who have been following you? The general did consider this. He's willing to send a squad to lead them to our camp here. Let them board a ride on a support ship back to the capital, Nasaorsi. Fucking Gaelic, man. How do you pronounce Gaelic? No, I promised them I would return. Just as I am promising you right now, and have promised his grace. The return to Nasaorsi. I believe you made that clear in our earlier exchange. My apologies, but I'll need to ask the general about this. He's busy? Ugh, but... What? With your busy schedule, even... Yes, as you command. Miss Lakshmi, I'm listening. Direct orders from the leader. She's instructed us not to interfere with your movements. The leader? Yes, but she does ardently hope that you can stay just a little while longer to witness a grand performance. Yeah, this is the kind of... So, I mean, yeah, it's not exactly finalized, but yes, the Irish are indeed gaining independence. Did you see the gift? I don't know what you mean. I looked all over my place. I did not see nothing. Are you sure about not meeting her personally? No need to. Strictly speaking, the war is yet to end. Nothing good will come of meeting Lakshmi now. It would only bring her more confusion. Check your clues. I don't think I claimed them at some point, I'm sure. So it was a clue bomb. That's all? It was just a clue bomb? I don't even see that shit, man. I just click buttons and then go next. It was just 6 of the same clue. Brother, I won't see that. I don't even see what clues I get, man. I just click. I boop, claim, next. Click, 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 click. Autopilot. I'm in a fugue state. Very well, Your Highness. Please return to the command center and wait the good news. Hold on. What do you mean? Seeing that Lakshmi is willing to tie her own fate to Tara's, we should show her the might of the nation she's about to be a part of. Rest assured, we would demonstrate it with the Sarkis' prompt defeat. But if you prefer a more personal show of force, the Gastrel is more than willing to oblige. Consider it a grand welcome. Sounds more like a threat, to be honest. As my dear sister has made her wishes clear, shouldn't I help her realize them with my own hands? Didn't I tell you it doesn't matter where that weaver came from? She's helping the Victorians, so she's got to die. Simple as that. We're no match for her. We're worthless. Bah, forget it. It's just one weave. What was that noise? A high-speed battleship currently speeding towards the city walls. Victorian? It's the Gastrel. That Duke of Wellington guy. Not just him. Castor's fleet seems to be spontaneously coordinated with ships. Raid incoming. Get burned. Oh, flames? Captain? Gone. Oh yeah, he's still alive at this point, of course. Okay, this image kind of goes fucking hard, though. Like, Blana's a piece of shit. But... Atop the Gastrel's bow stands the leader of Dublin, purple flames spreading from the tip of her spear to the city walls. Her flames of death erupt from the Sarkas on the perimeter, spreading to adjacent victims as they wantonly seek the next host, leaving only the floating Nakzerer untouched by fire. Nakzerer, god of war, lord of war and death. Shame there's no longer enough death here to sate you. Even living legends have their endings, but surely becoming the kindling of a new legend is better than wasting away in obscurity. Oh, the brazenly ambitious young Draco. Very well then. Red dragon who toys with life and death on a spear, just how well do you comprehend death? I suppose this is not the worst way to kill time before the war is over. Do try to hold on a little longer, Nakzerer. Let us show those Victorians what death truly is, while the artillery still rings. I've waited a long time, young Draco. You are bolder than the others. Then use those flames of yours to send a message to those cowards surrounding the city. I am here. The war is here. The stench of rot thickens as the ice-cold flames of death rage. Death crashes into death over the faint shelling and thin city walls. Yeah, Talulu Father is somehow connected, yes, to the Red Dragons. And that's why Tallulah also is like a thing, you know? They really started fighting? Did the leader... Shh! There's no way she'd... No, we have to go find her. We promised we'd wait for her here. But the fighting's broken out in Londinium again. Just believe in her. I mean, it broke out in Londinium because of her. I do, but listen, that's the sound of witchcraft and the Duke's cannons. How could the leader... Like she believes in us. The wounded soldier is left speechless, only able to look back on the tranquility now torn apart by flame and chaos, searching for a reason for his squad to join the battlefield. Past the smoke and mire, he sees a figure. The leader, Reed, Lokshini. She finished her own fight, held true to her promise, and returns to lead them on to the end of their journey. To home, to peace. Let's go, everyone. What is happening there is no longer something we can involve ourselves in. It's time to head home. They both have the high ground. They're literally floating. Actually, wait. Eblana wasn't floating. Nissalim was floating. He can have the highest of grounds. He just floats. That is kind of most of the things Eblana has indeed done. He doesn't just kind of appear, say ominous things and act suspicious, then set things on fire and be like, okay, I did it. Also, it's a mistake to do that in very gravelly voice for Nessalem because there's like an entire story for him. So if he speaks a lot, I might have to give up on the voice. Like I did on chapter 14, because I realized it was not sustainable. Okay, onto Talulu. Oh, she's standing on her... No, I think she was standing atop the Gastrel. The text literally said she was standing on top the Gastrel. The battleship. But yeah, no, not flying. Yes, not flying, that's true. I also forgot it like instantly. Assistant, sure. Here's the files on Chernobog, Chief. They're on your desk. Hope you can find the info you wanted somewhere in those dusty papers. Thanks for sorting them out, Xenia. Bland is secretly Neferth. Get typoed? Get auto-corrected? The assistant closes the door as he leaves, as usual. It scrapes against the uneven flooring, letting out a shrieking sound. By the way, I mention it probably every time. This current OST track, or like background track, is one of my favorites. It was introduced in Jessica Alter event. I remember it because it was such a good track when I first heard it. The editor sits up straight, lights a cigarette, and pushes through the discomfort as he flips through the stack of old newspapers. Third Army's dereliction of duty in the Chernobog incident. Same old, same old. Chernobog closes mine, a heavy blow to Ursus originium industry. Move, O Chernobog. The infected lives a blessed life under His Majesty's glory. Utter drivel. No, this isn't what I want. These trashy tabloids are barely scratching the surface. None of these reports are anywhere close to the truth. Well, that was long ago. This particular one, no. The first time this came out was Jessica Alter event. Which, I mean, by this point is a while ago. And now they use it a lot, which is like, hell yeah. I mean, I just enjoy it in general. When they add new tracks, I'm like, oh, new track. I hope they use it more. The editor pushes up his glasses and flicks away some stray cigarette ash, but accidentally sends sparks flying onto the paper. Fucking idiot. Stupid. He rushes to extinguish the sudden fire, but the newspaper already bears a freshly burnt hole. Through the hole, the editor sees an ensemble of letters. Reunion. A name he has never heard of before. That was convenient. Nines. In the last few days, a stream of infected have been showing up wanting to join Reunion. I told them we'll be leaving Londinium in 1 month's time, heading for the Duke of Gododin's territory. Are they willing to follow us there? They neither agreed nor refused. They couldn't come up with an answer. I'll prepare for bringing them along. They have nowhere else to go. Gododin. I heard the Duke's issued more than a few decrees benefiting the infected, so it's worth checking out. Decrees and reality are not the same thing. Obviously, which is why we need to see for ourselves. From a corner comes a rustling sound as Chen turns a newspaper page. I forgot she's just here? Nothing to say even after listening for so long, Chen? Did we know this? That she was just fucking hanging out with Neo Reunion? Did I just completely forget? Or like... Everything you've talked about is internal business. As an outsider, I have no right to comment. I've been focusing on the news anyway. You went this quiet with many of the others in private. We need your thoughts, Wiche. When I let you tag along with us, it wasn't just to show you how different we are from the other organizations. Don't go getting the idea that you'd have to take responsibility for either of us. Given our current situation, anyone's input is welcome. We can help these people out. Speak your mind. I know she appears in an earlier chapter, but... Did we see her actually joining up with Reunion? Because she appears real quickly, but then like... Like, yeah, obviously she's looking for Tallulah. She always is, but... You might have seen her at Meet 9. But she also, yeah, she's in Firelight quickly with like bagpipe and so on. You're planning to take in people with nowhere else to go? Why not? They'll bring new vitality to our group. Or new conflicts. This group you've gathered under the banner of what you're calling Reunion is as ragtag as they come. This is what you promised me when you left. Not to mention her. Chen looks toward the indifferent Tallulah. You're bound to attract more eyes in the future. So if you ask me, I suggest staying in Londinium for a while and restructuring yourselves. You mean letting someone more suitable handle it? I won't deny that. Just look at the people you have here. Criminals, infected, deserters. Do you have a clue where you're taking them? I'm not going to stay here forever, at the very least. What is it? What's the hurry? 9. Red just came back with some urgent news. He shoots a glance at Chen. Ever since a stranger called Chen showed up, his companions have been behaving strangely. She rarely leaves Tallulah and 9 alone, but has never once commented on Reunion's actions either. Go on, she's one of us. Is she? Is she though? Damien in 1423 story in that part cuts out, of course. Like some tiny bit. Troops from the Ducal Alliance are approaching the factory. Should we get them to leave? Ducal troops? They can't be coming for us, but I'll head there myself and see what's going on. Tallulah, keep everyone else hidden. Alright. So, you agree with 9's methods? Not exactly. This group is nothing like the original group I traveled with on the tundra. Unfortunately, oppressed peoples are treated the same way no matter where they are. No one cares where we go, Huiche, only where we decide to stop, and then they'll figure out how to drive us away. Reunion. It's a mistake I've made myself. Anne has no intention of wiping my slate clean, but if she needs me to come up with a new meaning, I have no right to refuse. And her conscience is crystal clear. 9 and myself. We know very well what we're doing. But you, Huiche, you chased me, or rather, Reunion, all the way here. Why are you still delaying what you decided long ago? Tallulah leaves. Chen doesn't catch up with her. Keep moving, you beasts. Don't stop. Rude. Bloody bastards. Get up, now. Look at these disgusting, sick freaks. Wish I could just get rid of them here and now. The Exemplar's territory is just ahead, and we considering dumping our rubbish right on their doorstep? Say we stay out of trouble. They've already set up garbage disposal stations, so no littering. Garbage disposal? I won't ask when or where you got your oldest soldier. This is no place for an execution. Ah, the infected hiding in the factory. Should be thankful that we're busy catching these devils instead of... The air grows warm. 9 casts a quick glance toward a corner shrouded in darkness. Within it, a fire ignites, then slowly dims. You just feel tingling on your skin, like I got burned by fire? It's you for a fight, huh? This factory is under the Exemplar's protection, so why don't you go ask your superiors if they'd mind an idiotic subordinate stirring up conflict here and smashing this hard one piece to pieces? Piece to pieces. Think you know how to speak to us after that? Suppose our allies, our friends, were to show inappropriate sympathy and compassion towards our common enemy. Imagine my superiors would be humming a different tune. Move, infected. Didn't sound like they came from Castle. Devils are freakishly good at disguises. There's no way we're letting a devil merc slide past us. Get him moving, you damn devils. They're the guys from Hortus. Same models. The squad escorting the Sarkas slowly trudge through the long street, though both captors and captives look exhausted and numb. 9 watches as they leave and spots a few teenagers stumbling at the end of the downcast parade of prisoners. Bastards. Ah yes, for sure. Casdell mercenaries, those teenagers. Here's the place, sir. The blaze lasted for 3 days and left basically nothing behind. Did the fire spread anywhere other than the patrol unit's outposts? Oh, are we at the village? No, but many miners seized the chance to escape. Everyone was so scared. Didn't know when the patrol unit would arrive. Seems like you got here first. You said you're a reporter, but who's to say for sure? Let's not get into that. So, if the management here has always been hard on everyone, how did the miners carry out the arson? Maybe it is the miners? No, the village had an old noble from the city. Good heart, that man. But a bit too kind-hearted, if you ask me. Couldn't stand what was happening in the mines, always talking about rescuing the miners. We thought it was all talk, but in the end, he really went and did it. You know, it is somewhat different. You know. Oh, then where is he now? Must have died in the blaze with the patrol unit. The noble who bravely sacrificed his life to help the suffering infected miners. I'll make a pretty good headline. What is this? The reporter gazes at the scorched land. Nearby buildings have been reduced to rubble, and in a place of once lush forest stands unsightly tree stumps. Suddenly, a scorch mark draws his attention. Looks unusual, almost aesthetically pleasing. Do you know who left this mark here? That's just from the fire. Not buying that, it looks like a symbol to me. So, who left it here? No clue. Just here after the fire. So you're saying it was a deliberate act, an attempt to send out a signal. Salvation. Am I? Can you just explain the real history behind it for me? No need to rush, get in line, everyone will get some. How much longer do we have to stay here, Miss Chen? When will the next squad leave the city? Don't worry, you're safe here. Reached out through many different channels to get everyone out of here. I heard the Sarkis hunting soldiers have found this place. They find out you're sheltering us. Sheltering? I speak as if you're fugitives on the run. You're citizens of Londinium, victims of this war. We're already unwelcome long before the Sarkis troops entered the city. Believe me, it's more than just soldiers on that team. Being a Sarkis is already a crime, worse than you can commit. Doesn't matter if you took part in the war or not. Racism. I know. Anyways, thanks for taking us in. I ironed it out with the others. We'll wait 3 days for a chance to leave the city. If we don't get one, we'll go by ourselves. It's not the best time to leave. Soldiers have been even more active recently. All the more reason to get out as soon as we can. Every day we put it off will only worsen the situation. If you insist, we'll help you out. I appreciate the generosity. I suggest you guys do the same. Where do you think they'll target next once the city's out of Sarkis? Most of you are infected. We should know how their nobles treat you guys. Yeah, it was good we had a bit of a break from reunion stuff. It was, 2 years of main story. Oh, we're here? Today's paper, sir. Have you bothered to read it, Alyosha? Anything noteworthy? New tax policies, some literary works, a few scandals, and revolts all over the country. Let me see. Finally, some real reporting. I thought those datey Greiferberg reporters only knew how to run tabloids. Infected have been striking at factories and outposts across the country. Some regions are experiencing a surge of uprising as infected have brazenly attacked outposts and government agencies, causing serious losses. They said that they are inspired by an infected organization known as Reunion. Oh, look, they even left some symbols. Do you wish to end your convalescence now? Of course not. You don't realize how hard it is for me to get a vacation? But your colleagues from the propaganda department have visited you many times already. He's part of the propaganda department. Oh, my dear Alyoshenka. Our dear nation has been suffering from a chronic disease for quite some time. There are many who wish to heal her. But to do so, these rotten old wounds must first see the light of day. I've had enough of my colleagues patching them up over and over. Never mind, maybe he's one of the good guys. How should I reply then? Tell them any discussion must wait until my vacation is over. He just really cares about his vacation, to be honest. Red. They ransacked the streets again for another batch of prisoners. Here's your soup, Tallulah. Soup! Thanks. Too bland? Well, I had to ransack our stash to get the last of the salt. It's fine. Good, even. Ransack. That's a good word. Only a week ago, they wouldn't have come here, let alone take any children among the prisoners. But we just saw both happen. They've been dead set on wiping out any trace of the Sarkis for the past 2 weeks. First, it was just Sarkis soldiers who couldn't evacuate in time. Next, it was any Sarkis civilian who had any dealings with the army. Now, even Londinium-born Sarkis aren't being spared. Okay, so this is after it's been retaken, it seems. Thought you'd make a move, would you? That would only complicate things. We're in Victoria. I have to act more cautiously. She's grown up? That'll only cost us more time. A few days ago, I saw a group of kids harassing a poor woman. All she did was to marry a Sarkis and raise their children together. This is how they treated the infected before the war. Now it's the Sarkis' turn. Eventually, every Londinium citizen will face this. Time is what these mistreated people lack most. 9 pauses to glance at Tallulah right beside her. However, she seems unusually calm, as if the sudden temperature increase earlier was just a hallucination. Thought you'd make a move on the Victorians earlier. It was only a warning. It'd only bring us more trouble if we pestered them any further. Which has a point. We should keep a low profile until we're forced to show ourselves. Attacking Ducal Alliance troops on the factory streets certainly won't do anything to improve the lives of the workers here. So you weren't angry. What you're experiencing, I have too, long ago. But at least Sarkis' blood isn't contagious, like Oripathy. I've long since learned to control my rage. At the very least, I won't waste it on clueless underlings like the soldiers from before. This war has turned the oppressed into oppressors. Not their fault. Then who should the innocent Sarkis vent their anger on? Remember that Sarkis merchant with the motorbike who helped us get supplies? Infected killed him out of fear. Now the fear is spreading unchecked as the Sarkis are gradually retreating. Infected, soldiers, nobles. Even civilians who've never seen war. Everyone thinks they're in the right. So you're correct, Tallulah. Sark's blood isn't contagious like orypathy, but hatred and fear are. You've decided then? Save the Sarkas? I see no need to hesitate. They're no different from us. I'm just not sure how to minimize the fallout, so I need your help. Keep the people at camp safe, as well as the workers. If you need my flames to burn for them, I won't hesitate. Red, let the workers know our plan. Those willing to join us can stay. Anyone too afraid to escape, bring them to the Exemplars camp. Got it. Chen? You can try to stop us, or you can leave and pretend nothing happened. Saving the Sarkas mean you'll have to change everything you've planned. If you go with them, none of the Dukes will let you stay long in their domain, 9. They won't let us stay long anyway. You've been out those people. We're infected, Chen. Your time on Rhodes Island has made you forget how we're actually treated. Then where will you go next? Do you agree with our plan? Even prisoners shouldn't be executed so hastily. They don't even have an official order. Puiche, this issue isn't where 9 and the others want to go, but where they need it. We'll find a place that truly needs us, Chen. Not just the infected. Anyone enslaved or deprived of their right to a fair chance at survival. A place with no discrimination or oppression. You know as well as the rest of us that that'll be difficult. Not impossible, 9. Of course. This is the path the man we all knew left us before he died. Guard. Someone has to see it through, Puiche. This new reunion makes their own medicine and strives to help anyone in need, not asking for anything tangible in return. Change is happening, but it's too fragile. It's becoming roads? They need something to believe in, an objective. It's the only way they can push forward. I don't completely agree with 9's way of doing things, but I see no reason to refuse to cooperate either. He's always admired the fairness you seek, Puiche. I do like how Tallulah only calls her Puiche instead of Chen. So why not take a look at what she seeks? On the tundra ignored by the Emperor's edict, rebel activity has intensified, with thousands of infected banded together to break their shackles and regain their freedom. We've achieved that what used to be unthinkable. Ever since that first fire ignited by that anonymous noble, many of us have been communicating in hushed tones. Is someone leading us? To be honest, I'm not too sure myself. What I do know is that our call to rise up has not been silenced, and is even now trying to escape from the tundra and its army of trees blocking the way. Our proof is that unique symbol everyone's curious about, symbol scorched by flame. The hoarse voice on the radio smashes the countryside's peace apart. People open their doors or climb onto their windowsills, listening quietly. The broadcast excites them. Their palm is feeling hot even though they live in a place with temperatures far below zero. Then they light up torches in the center of the village. The light illuminates their eyes and warms the bodies underneath their thin layers of clothing. Soon, nearby villages spot the firelight and start bonfires one after the other. On the dark tundra, countless fires light up at the night sky. We gather on this inhospitable tundra, following in their footsteps to take root here. Everyone has heard of the group that disappeared into Chernobog to fight for the infected. Reunion. Have they heard our call? Have they finally returned? Alrighty, you dregs, turn around. Sir, please, spare my life, please. I was born here. I'm different from the rest, sir, please. I said shut it. Sir, please. Kid, he doesn't give a damn who you are, he just wants to kill every Sarkas he sees. Shut up. The boy suddenly smells a strange scent, makes him recall his mother's perfume as she hugged him. Countless flowers bloom on the blood-stained floors, and the scent grows stronger. Oh, it's 9's. The executioner suddenly coughs violently until he throws up a cluster of bloody flower buds. Ooh. You... I guess 9's just fucking blooms flowers inside of you. That's quite nasty. Get them out of here. Our people will know what to do. You lot don't... 9, stop your originating arts. You already saved the Sarkas. Killing them is a step too far. Couldn't you have just kept silent as usual, Chen? Stop making more enemies everywhere you go unless you want the Dukes chasing after Reunion once you leave the city. Tallulah can make sure that it looks like an accidental blaze. No, they'll only put the blame on the Sarkas, calling it an act of revenge. And then what? Who will the Dukes turn their gaze to? More innocent Sarkas. Or say, an infected group wandering around Victoria with who knows how many Sarkas in tow. Letting them go will only make things worse. Tell them, Chen. Or tell me, Chen. When we finally come face to face with the Ducal Alliance with no chance at escape, how will you keep the infected and innocent Sarkas there safe? Enough! There's still other ways. The tip of Chen's sword touches Nine's throat. I've imagined this happening countless times. In fact, I'm shocked it didn't happen sooner. I went to school with many of their superior officers. I can talk to them. As what? As a former senior inspector of the LGD? Operator Chen of Rhodes Island, or what? An old classmate, reminiscing about the good old days? I can guarantee these Sarkas will be safe at least. Of course, I trust you'll keep that promise. But you're missing my point, Chen. There are limits to one person's power, even you can't help the people you can't see. I know your capabilities all too well, and that's exactly why I'm even more sure that your momentary kindness won't change a thing. It can't. What I need is people willing to follow us, to see with their own eyes what we have to do. Spare me the sophistry, Nine. I'm only looking at the facts. Sophistry, huh? Maybe we're all seeking fairness, but our interpretations of it are different. This is why I've long since given up hope of you coming to understand me and the future I'm looking forward to. You can most certainly try to arrest me, Officer Chen. She's not officer anymore. Qi Xiao stays in place, and Nine's gaze remains on Chen. A flaming sword shakes Qi Xiao away. This isn't the place to act nostalgic about your old days on the Force. Tallulah stabs her longsword into the ground, separating the old tensed-up two. I didn't call for your help, Tallulah. Don't act like you know everything better. Nine, there's nothing wrong with Huiche's idea. The Dukes would be overjoyed at someone volunteering to remove every last Sarkas from Londinium, and they might not make any moves on us. But more importantly, there are still eyes on the both of you. They only care about one thing. Where should they go now? The rescued Sarkas and the Reunion members following Nine are both terrified. They have no idea what to do next. Many of them can't understand exactly what it is you want, Nine. They just want to live. They need time. It might take a while to show them the future you see. Of course I know that. I have the patience to wait for my sophistry to bloom into a concrete plan of action. And will you achieve that with even more sacrifices? How do you decide who? Enough! I'm not here to determine which of you is right or wrong. It's not my place to. But for now, just take them away from here. Take everyone who's willing to leave the city with us. Huiche might manage to prevent the Victorians from harassing us in the short term, but we'll still have to prepare for the worst. Are you giving me an order, Tallulah? No, I'm offering my opinion. Well, where can you go? Your identities are too conspicuous. Is this where you say we should go to Rhodes Island? Yes, I have to see both of you judged. But not right now. Many infected are still relying on you, and I can't just leave them in the dust. Classic Officer Chen. On my opinion? Whenever Tallulah proactively offers her thoughts to Nine, it often leaves the Phidia with even more doubts towards her. But Tallulah has never fallen behind. She always walks silently in the center of their group, so inconspicuous that people forget she exists. Reunion's leader, Cachet's adopted daughter, and the manipulative mastermind behind the Chernobog disaster. Tallulah, regarded as a hero by infected who do not know the truth. Reunion. Her sword begins to burn, and its flames spread across the floor. They jump and fall, outlining a symbol. The firelight reflects in the trio's eyes, but their faces still bear some gloom. The mark once represented a dark past. Within it hides all sorts of crimes and injustices, certain to sting if revealed for all to see. Ursus. You can go back to Ursus. That's a terrible idea. What, thinking about your unfinished business over there? No, I want to right my wrongs. I received news from Ursus. The infected are breaking their shackles and congregating on the tundra again. They claim to be answering the call of reunion and have decided to stand up and fight for the rights and freedoms the infected and other oppressed deserve. They were inspired by a lie, but their determination to fight back is certainly real. Did they give you the courage to recall the good old days? It's not only infected over there. The students, exiled officers and soldiers, guilt-ridden nobles. It's exactly the strength you need. Strength that ignores the differences in race or identity and crushes the fear of disease, united by a common goal. Besides, I'll take time to leave with this many people, and I think that should be long enough for you to explain Guard's precious dream to those still willing to follow you. You don't want to restore Reunion's reputation? No, I never expected to hold such a large influence even today. Even if the Ursus Empire has long since covered up what happened at Chernobog. The voices craving resistance are like water. Might be burnt and dry up, they'll eventually return to land as rain. Return to Ursus is easier said than done. There are too many factors involved, and more things for me to confirm. That's your problem, not ours. Tallulah. Even if Reunion can turn a new leaf, representing once again freedom and happiness. What about you, Tallulah? Your sins can't be washed away. Their existence is Reunion's darkest history. How can you face the pure white tundra as you are? I know that I stand here today no longer as a leader, but as a symbol, a flag, or even a weapon to be wielded. But I'll take it. I'll accept the shackles you place on me. I've had many different identities. Draco, noble, leader, infected. None of these matter anymore. Today I remain only someone who once scattered the seeds of sin. The wrongs I committed in Ursus, I will repay in Ursus. Repay. You make it sound so simple. I will not act as just a flag this time. Then how? I'll throw myself into a true blaze and let it all burn, until even the tundra's chill melts away. He's gonna burn the entire country? Also, chapter 16 is indeed in Ursus, so I guess this is pretty much setting that up, huh? I'll go back to Ursus, truly face my own trial. And you can be there to witness it, 9. Witness the end of Reunion, and the birth of something new from its corpse. That's what you truly want, is it not? You really don't mind it? The reunion of my heart died long ago on the tundra, along with my companions. I'll go with you. Scared I'll harm more innocents. Both you and 9. So following reunion for a while, I can confirm that the group has changed somewhat. For good or bad, I can't say. I don't want to miss your trial, but I also don't want to jump to any hasty conclusions about whether the path 9 insists on is correct. From now on, I'll keep an eye on you as Rhodes Island operator, Chen. Need to keep Rhodes Island informed, no matter what happens in Ursus. Tallulah, 9. I'm responsible for you both. Whatever. Now, you should probably get going. Leave the soldiers to me. I'll catch up after I make sure they're okay. We didn't say we'd wait for you. Have you ever? I've always had to catch up on my own. Onwards to Ursus, then. Onwards to Ursus. The flames continue to spread slowly from the tip of the blade. Hot flames lick the bodies piled up in a corner, gently enveloping them. Amid the light crackling of the fire, Tallulah silently prays for the flames to bring them to a brighter and warmer place. Global warming chapter, so real. On to Ursus. Him, French guy, who is supposed to be very old. Very old French guy. Stay close to me, Ollie. You gotta stay close if you don't want me carrying you. Grab onto my clothes, okay? Mommy can't hold your hand right now. My palms are slippery with sweat, so grab on tight to my clothes. Colin, where are you? Is there a way out? Oh no. This isn't gonna work. We should head back home and hide. Ollie's too little for this. Colin. Over here. I found a way. The exemplars are drawing the devils away. If we can avoid the explosions. Avoid the explosions? Do you remember how Schwall from the grocer tripped and fell on that patch of red glow? It was only a palm-sized wound, but it bled him dry. Did you forget? It's like the blood was sucked right out of him. Really called that just an explosion? Oh, vampires. It's because his wound never healed. We'll be fine as long as we're careful not to get cut or scraped. One thing we can't do is turn back. The explosion just now sounded too close. I'd rather head back than die halfway without knowing what's happening. Your grandmother's still in the city. Him. So what is he holding? Going back now would only mean more danger. We can't say for sure all the Sarkas have left the lockdown zone. I can't do a French accent. Not consistently, at least. You came from outside? Are you with the Exemplars? Are you here to help us? Please. Sorry, I'm not with the Exemplars. I'm not here to rescue people. Only came to Londinium to look for someone. It could be so important that you'd wear out your shoes running around Londinium at a time like this looking for them. If you're not with the Exemplars, then you're just another poor sod like us. Let's go back, Colin. The man sighs and looks around cautiously. The optician has returned to Londinium for the first time in many years. But the view he sees now is as if he's looking at the city through a lens in the heat of his workshop, blurred and distorted. My Finnish accent. No, I have to say the Finnish accent for the Finnish characters, of course. By the time the image clears up, the only thing he can see is chaos. Trying to find an elusive presence in this bedlam will be no easy task, let alone someone whose appearance he does not even know. Could you show us the way out, good sir? I'll give you everything I have. If you've managed to enter the lockdown zone without a scratch, you must know a safe route, please. The gaunt man empties his pockets, takes out a few pieces of bread from a bag and tries to stuff them into Noel's hands. The woman also takes out what few coins she has on her. Noel does not take them. He shakes his head, knowing that it is a thin line that separates these three people from the exsanguinated corpses by the roadside. And he stands behind that tiny divide, always a spectator. He has tried to reach out before, but his hands cannot save everyone. I'm sorry. Sir, let's go, Colin. It's no use. There's no other way. I'm not with the Exemplars, but I know where their camp is. I can take you there. Thank you so much. That's all I can do. It's plenty. We'll go with you. What about your grandmother, Colin? I'll come back for her once it's all over. The devils may be cruel, but even they wouldn't hurt the helpless old folks in the sanatorium. Right? I'll lead you out. After that, you're on your own. It's plenty, good sir. I couldn't possibly ask for any more. Thank you so much. No need to thank me. Grab your child and follow me. This way. This path will take you straight to the city walls. The Exemplars have set up camp around a breach in the wall. You could also seek refuge with the Ducal Alliance's army outside. What about you, sir? I gather you aren't coming with us? You saved our lives. I don't know how you did it, but if there's anything we can do for you... No need. My wounds have healed. Even with your unique talents, the cannons won't show you any more mercy than they do us. You should come with us. You're Victorian, too. He's actually not. No, I've come this far. I have to find the one I'm looking for. I have no reason to stop. You mentioned you were looking for someone. Who? This is not the first time she's asked, but it's the first time she hears something other than calmness in his voice. Numerous wounds the man took, which should have killed him many times over, have all healed. Any bleeding quickly stopped, and even Sarka's art circles could not affect him. Only the pain persists. Even so, he clenches his fist. I'm looking for the one who gave me this talent. Oh, who could that be? I am also interested. Oh, what do we do, sir? This way, I'll shield you. Leave before the next barrage begins. Out of the way! Today I'm finally getting out of this hellhole. Out of the way! Oh wait, is it her? Stay back, sir. Children and the elderly have priority. The hell they do. Self-Salvation Corps evacuation route is the safest way. If you insist on leaving on your own, be my guest. Who are you? Me? I'm the leader of the Londinium Self-Salvation Corps. You can call me Clovicia. Heard someone has been helping evacuate the citizens in this district. We appreciate your assistance. Self-Salvation Corps will take it from here. I can still help. It's dangerous. Ask you to risk your life for others. We cannot promise a reward either. No, you don't understand. I'm afraid we don't have time to discuss this. Long story short, let's just say I've got a sort of curse on me. No need to worry about my safety. I'll cover you to help more people evacuate. Besides, I'm still looking for someone here. I wonder if Clavicia could be related. That's the last of them. Where's that Salvation Corps leader? Clavicia? Noel looks around and grabs a man who looks like a worker passing by. Excuse me. Ouch! Sorry, didn't notice that your other arm was injured. I can treat your wound if you like. Never mind. What do you want? Have you seen Clavicia, leader of the Self-Salvation Corps? She's leading groups of citizens being evacuated. We agreed to meet back here before splitting up, but I haven't seen her. The citizens have been led to safety. As for her, she's probably still organizing the final evacuation efforts. Can't be sure though, we're all busy after all. So she was here earlier? Seems like your routes are quicker and safer than mine. You know the Londinium Underground better, but nothing's completely safe. Clavicia is needed at the front line, guiding citizens away from the remaining Sarkis mercs. Might find her in the lockdown zone if you're not afraid of the devil's traps. You seem to have rescued quite a few people yourself. Might be able to help out. Thank you. Sir, good sir. Have you seen my Ollie, my son with the red hair? Quiet boy, only about a half as tall as my knee. Have you seen him? What? My son, he's gone. I lost him. Keep a track of your child. Bloody hell, where did he go? Kept asking about your grandmother, Colin. Maybe he was worried. Have you searched the area? Yes, the folks who came with us helped out too. The only place left is the lockdown zone, but that doesn't bother me. I'll go. But Clavicia is... Still, I've already brought those people out They brought those people out safely. I'll go with you. No, you stay here. No, I mean Clavicia is back. With a red-haired child in her arms. Oh, thank God. What? Where are they? Everyone looks in the direction the man is pointing. That was when everything went wrong. No. Everybody get back. It's Ollie! She has Ollie! Don't go! Noelle only has time to grab the hysterical woman. A flash of red as far as the eye can see, and then the ground opens up like a gaping maw, swallowing the leader of the Self-Salvation Corps. All eyes are trained on the epicenter of the tremor. The one within it holds the child tightly in her arms until the very end. Also, I read it as half as tall as her knee. I think it was just as tall as her knee. Yeah, about as tall as my knee. I read it wrong. The dust cloud disperses and all is quiet again, for now. Partings like this have become a familiar sight to the people here. The outcome never changes regardless of the victim. Except when you're immortal being a weird unicorn. Wait, keep your distance. Noelle knows all too well that there can sometimes be secondary explosions or aftershocks. Ollie! Ollie! Get a search party together. Anyone who can still move. Sir, you're still here. Please, help Ollie. You're not afraid of the devil's traps. Your wounds heal quickly and you're so brave. Could you at least bring him back? He's so little. In Noelle's long life, there have been precious few things he was able to control. He has an ocean of memories, but it is not up to him which ones float to the surface. Like an ordinary mortal, he can be distracted by flashbacks of the past that seem to overlap with the present as he gathers the weight of all those years. This will do. Are you sure this is where we stop? Are you sure? You won't stay? He's still so little. My youngest child, he doesn't even know the word grandpa yet. Too long. It's been too long, my child. I should have gone with your mother, but I've waited so long enough for you to grow older than your father. I've accomplished nothing. Spent my life in hesitation and lingered in this world for far too long. So long, in fact, that I've become a stranger to the children. There's one way to end my fate as a bystander. Now is the time. Ears? Noelle looks towards the scene of the explosion and collapse. The whole formed from brick and rubble, he seems to see visions of a dark mire from a century past. It was a morning like this. He had heard the same pleading, which he had stubbornly chosen to ignore, instead setting up on a path in search of a death that could never come. This time, he will not make the same choice again. Clavicia shielded the child's head before she fell. Sir, there's at least a chance that Ollie survived, but no more than a chance, but that's enough. I'll go and find them. And then, you know, Clavice is also alive. Guided by the self-salvation corpse, Noel attempts to enter the underground ruins, helped by his years of experience and sheer immortality. That's one way to put it, sheer immortality. About 300 meters to the west. What's this image? His steps are light and brisk, never stopping until the sight before his eyes changes. A red-headed child lies quietly beside a pile of collapsed rubble, with the remnants of an activated art circle. Alive. He hurries forward and takes the child into his arms. The boy's chest rises and falls rhythmically with his breathing. He could have been asleep in bed, if not for the ash and gravel in his hair. Just passed out, no serious injuries. Left here by himself, but he didn't fall here directly. Looks like I made it in time. Clavicia could be nearby. She put Ollie here. Clavicia, are you there? If you hear me, knock on something hard. Clavicia, can you... He takes a few steps and comes face to face with the truth. The young self-salvation corpse leader is half buried in rubble, not stirring in the slightest. Her eyelids are shut gently, naturally, as though she is only sleeping. Will she sleep here forever, underground? A moment of pain in a fall that lasted seconds at most, leaving behind only peace. Noel could not help but think. If I could die, I would die with the same expression on my face. Would I die with the same expression on my face? I think she's dead. Clavicia. Rumble, 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 rumble. The aftershock sends gravel flying, like a foul bee shaking off water after a rain. It is quick, scattered, and unpredictable. Noel did not even have time to check Clavicia for signs of life. As the place threatens to shake itself apart, he bends over and protects the child from falling rocks with his own body. Sharper pieces easily pierce his clothes and skin, digging deep into flesh and bone. He remains unmoving, clenching his teeth, waiting for the tremors to cease. He is awakened from his pain trance by the sound of crying. The boy had awoken to find himself in a dark, unfamiliar underground space. Following his instincts, he began to cry helplessly. Good morning, Ollie. It'll be okay. Everything will be okay. I'm here. It's Noel. We've met before, remember? The aftershocks cease. Carrying Ollie with one hand and supporting himself with the other, he forces himself to sit up, pushing the weight off his back. Fortunately, it is broken fragments of rock rather than a single heavy slab, but he can still taste blood in his mouth as he moves. In his arms, the child shakes his head helplessly in the darkness, hardly able to see anything. Clavicia. She saved your life. I'll get you out safely. I'll come back, to bring her back. There's no resting place for her. Noel sits down, puts the trembling boy on the ground, and reaches behind to pull the fragments out from his own back. The boy grabs Noel's clothes. Don't worry, I'm not leaving you behind. Shakes head. It's okay, won't kill me. Nothing can. A smile, understood only by him, appears on his lips. Meanwhile, his fingers locate the final fragment, lodged between his scapula. He grits his teeth and pulls it out. Did I spook you, Ollie? Sorry. Don't worry, come with me. I'll get you out. Whatever it takes. Enduring pain had become a habit. Noel lifts the child again and searches his memory for a path that will take them to safety. I came from this way. Hang in there, Ollie. We'll get you out soon. Your parents are waiting. What is it? Struggles. You want to get down? Quicker and safer if I carry you. Don't you want to see your mom sooner? Jumps down. Stupid child. Alright, stay close to me. Don't let go. The child nods and grabs the corner of Noel's clothes, then wraps it around his palm tightly without being told, indicating that he understands Noel. Alright, let's... You have walked a long path. Poor soul. Suddenly, he hears an ethereal voice echoing in every direction. A mist spreads in the darkness surrounding him. Why have you come? Noel can recognize that voice anywhere. He cannot move. A sudden, cold fury buffets his reason, nailing him to the spot. What do you want? Stop. He does not know why the voice chose this moment to appear. Instinctive mistrust overcomes all judgment. Stop your parlor tricks. I thought you wanted to meet me. What are you talking about? Who are you? Where are you? I'm here. Came for me and I came for you. All you need to do is open your eyes. Noel has never seen the owner of the voice, nor gathered any clues about their appearance. Over the long years, all he could do was to piece together rumor after rumor, letting questions simmer into hatred. If his voice is real and not his imagination, then it must. Is that so? I'm sure you could tell me. May the wish-granting fairy, or the powerful nation's sentinel. The unicorn, hidden in the shadows of history, is both benefactor and villain. I'm all that and none of that. I'm merely here now to promise reparation to you, poor soul. You don't even know my name. What I went through must have been insignificant. Hardly a footnote to a legend like you, compared to the affairs you've meddled with. That is untrue. You harbored a possibility that I placed hope in. How would one little weed of unknown breed grow if it never wilts? And how will it affect the lands around it? That was my thought when I bestowed immortality upon you. What should have been a blessing? Blessing? Pfft. Your arrogant blessing has brought me nothing but an eternity of pain. That was not my intention. To end? But that's what it became. Death by 1,000 cuts, except you wouldn't even let me die. It's nothing but a curse. I understand your anger. Tell me, what will make you feel better? What? Will you bestow another blessing upon me? Noel can feel the child grab his clothes even tighter. Can you hear me, Ollie? Nods. His voice is a liar. Don't listen to it. Don't think about it. I'll take you out of here. Wherever you are, you can ask those legendary heroes who dance with you. Me, I'm leaving. If you are those who hold the helm in the tides of history, are you complaining to me? If you consider my blessing a curse, I might offer you reparations. Make a wish. What is it that you want? A name, thinks Noel. Just a name. This bastard, this villain who stands ever on high because of her powers, has long forgotten the weed's name. You have a chance. You've already gained much more than the common man. She must be filled with pity as she gazes upon me. You poor insignificant creature. I'll help you. I'll help you. Always. Let us wipe away the tragic past for the beautiful future. Have you made up your mind? Let's go, Ollie. We've wasted enough time here. Yes, child, I'm here. Don't be afraid of the voice. It's just a bad guy. No different from the ones ravaging the city above. Come back to catch it later. First, I need to get you out. I'm in Sclavisia. Talking about BTFO though. He has priorities. It's Ollie! Mr. Noel found him! Over here, a hand. Careful, child. I'll lift you up. Take it easy. No worries, sir. I'm up here. I'll grab him. Your turn, Mr. Noel. Are you hurt? You need a hand? No need. Noel clambers up friskly, but stops at the edge of the tunnel entrance rather than walking towards the crowd gathered not too far away. He looks up again at the sun shrouded by thick clouds. One of countless sunrises he has seen, but this one is a little different, because of those who have lived to see it. Ollie, my baby! Oh, the fright you gave me. Next time I'm holding on to you and never letting go. I won't let this happen again. Where did this blood come from? Are you hurt? Shakes head. Thank God this child is mute. Strange, I don't see any wounds. Ollie, where's the lady who found you first? Is she still... She wasn't down there? Well, you're always like this. Well, it's all good. I'm so glad you came back safely. Thank you so much, Mr. Noel. The man waves at Noel with something other than anxiety or panic on his face. It is a smile of gratitude, with sincerity that makes Noel awkward. All he can do is nod and smile back. You're welcome. But the man keeps walking until he's right in front of him, and reaches out a hand, though words alone cannot express his gratitude. And so Noel keeps a smile on his face and shakes the extended hand, almost unconsciously. Only then does he finally realize that pain is spreading from his back to his chest to the rest of his body. He has difficulty breathing and bends down, grabbing his own collar. The wound he received from the rubble have still not started to heal. Sir, are you okay? My goodness, you're back. I didn't realize you were so badly injured. We have to find a doctor. Oh, how silly of me. You're a doctor yourself. I'm injured? The wound in your back, it's still bleeding. It's so big and there's more than one. They're not healing yet? No, it's normal for us, but I suppose it must be strange to you. What happened down there? How did you get hurt? That leader of the Self-Salvation Corps is down there too, isn't she? She protected Ollie. I have to do something for her, at least bring her body back. Clovicia. Her name was Clovicia? It does ring a bell now that you mention it. Didn't even get a good look at her before it all happened. Heard she was a great woman. He's not healing anymore? I'm the leader of the Londonian Self-Salvation Corps. You can call me Clovicia. I'm all that and none of that. You cannot promise a reward either. I'm merely here now to promise reparation to you, poor soul. I'm afraid we don't have time to discuss this. Tell me, what will make you feel better? Great woman? I don't know. Clovicia. He had passed right by the one he spent his entire life looking for, without even realizing it. But it is no longer important. With great effort, Noel looks up, fighting against the pain and difficulty of breathing. In his blurry vision, he sees a child clutching his mother's hand tightly. The boy is the very picture of health, his hair and skin a warm color, and a smile on his face, just like... I'll take you to the Self-Salvation Corps, or the Exemplars. They must have medics. No. What? Why? Just like the sun. Mr. Noel, are you okay? Hang in there. Noel falls to his knees, no longer able to support his own weight. It is as though the fatigue of 100 years of wandering has come upon him in an instant. Before his hands and feet grow cold from blood loss, he curls his body down, ignoring the searing pain as the wounds on his back stretch until his head touches the ground. It is a posture of worship and reverence, but he is not praying to anyone. He lifts his head after a little while. The leader of the Self-Salvation Corps was not in the ruins. Heartbeat. The pain lingers, as does the urge to cry his heart out, but all is silent, and only the beating of the heart resonates in his chest. The thing that would make him happy, the thing that can kill him, it is already here. What was that? Clovicia wasn't there. What about your injuries? Right now, rather than spending my time on futile efforts, I should spend it on saving more people. He lost his immortality? For a second there, I thought we would get, more immortal people hanging out at Rhodes Island helping people. I guess he lost it. If we have time, we might go for his files as well. Okay, time for the actual, woman on the banner. Actually got nerfed, yeah, crazy. Like, she hasn't even made, like, a cameo in the earlier ones. That's why he's a 5-star, not a 6-star. True, that's why. Makes sense now. Oh, see, we saw Entelekia quickly also in Grand Overture. That's where she actually appeared the first time. The soil of this foreign land is soaked with the blood of the Sarkas. Churned and jumbled. I can sense a chaotic mess of emotions tangled together. Hesitation, wrath, cowardice, homesickness. Was this what you wished for, Your Highness? I don't think we saw her in episode 14, unless maybe like somewhere right at the end. But I think it's Grand Overture, where she's actually first seen. Like properly, I think she might have been mentioned in episode 14 or chapter 14. Sleep, my kin. As long as blood continues to flow, relief from pain will soon follow. Have I arrived too late? Perhaps. The war can truly come to an end, if this end can truly determine who wins and who loses. When have we Sarkas ever won, I ask. I've never been fond of watching the clock, mind you. Prefer to keep time with the pulsing of my heart. Told me to come here, and so I came. Aggressive war sounds. Kelted. As far as I was aware, Rose Riverside was dissolved after your princess fled far away and the canoes scattered. Quite a few former canoes have gone on to serve the military commission. Re-establishing our long-lost contact right after the commission's decline suggests you want something from me. I can't guarantee you'll get it. Not even for old time's sake. You're the same as ever, Kelsit. Hard to believe how much Amia has grown. No doubt she's keeping an eye on me, yes? A necessary precaution. Locus warned us of your appearance. Since we withdrew from the falling airship, you are the first outsider to reach our safe house. Outsider? Are you like me, Dame Kelsit? Most difficult to persuade when we're in the throes of grief? This is not a bauble safe house, Mentelekia. They are. Also, why are her garter belts or whatever like mismatched? Shaking my head. Hearing that code name coming from your lips truly takes me back. Passed by the charnel house that is Londinium on my way here, rescued a few fortunate souls and sent off a few unfortunate ones. Brings me no joy to see my countrymen spill their blood on foreign soil, Kelsit. Fashion, that's why. I don't recall you being such a sentimental person. The vampire goes silent. Kelsit sees she has no intention of answering. Why would you risk crossing the battlefields of Victoria to see me, Mentelekia? If you require assistance, their assist would be the better option. No need for these probing questions, Kelsit. I'd rather not have anything to do with the Regent. Perhaps some of the sisters agree with him, but as you know, ever since Her Highness Theresa's untimely accident at Babel, there's been less and less contact between us. Our sororal bonds have weakened. Untimely accident. That's not why I came to find you, Kelsit. I intend to help Ascalon with a trifling matter, one that will allow her to enter the city a tad easier. She's not fucking gone. We actually hear about Ascalon? No way. What do you want? According to our latest intelligence, the military commission is strengthening its control within the city. Noxera troops and the ducal armies are facing each other down at the city walls. The situation is ever changing. Oh, I know. Such an adorable and studious youngster as her is well worth the effort to look after. That's not what I mean. Given the circumstances, you should have been unable to find any trace of Ascalon. I'm very familiar with her ways. She's wounded. Gravely so. She's never used something like that as an excuse to lower her guard. You really touched her. It's hard to say whether I should be happy or worried for her that you'd hold her in such high regard. Who's helping you with this? Trickster, one of our sharp-eyed sisters. As a technician, she was able to hunt down a few clues I was looking for in Londinium. Her? I remember you all cherished her and would never have brood of putting her in the middle of this battle. According to the vows made by all you canoes, none of you should even be here. As I suspected, you know of our plight. Her intelligence was right. You have a trail leading to the princess. As I'm sure you're well aware, Dame, I am the only one who will not and cannot leave this river of blood. You still doubt me, even after all I said? Rosalind thanks you for her assistance. We will repay the canoes in kind, just as Theresa did during the Babel years. I'll tell you all I know in regard to that princess. Thank you, Kelsit. On another note, while I was in the bowels of the city, I caught a whiff of Ducarael's stench. I would love to help settle that matter for you while I'm there. I will need help from your people. I'm afraid Rosalind does not have any more to spare inside the city. There's a local faction known as Milscar. Finding them should not be a challenge for you. She does indeed find them in Grand Overture. They're close to the heart of the storm, but are determined to avoid entangling themselves with any of the involved parties. A stance you would find familiar, I'm sure. You would trust someone like that? We retain shared interests for the time being. If the military commission has other plans for Ducaral's arrangement, they will undoubtedly affect the Ducal Alliance's next moves, or even disrupt the Exemplar's plans to enter the city. Neither Rhodes Island nor Milscar wishes to see such an outcome. You really haven't changed one bit. Did this plan come from you or that commander of yours? It is Rhodes Island's plan. Rhodes Island. Very well, do send my regards to your commander, but I fear I'm simply another lost memory at this point. It's true, we have not seen you ever. Dame, there is a question that's been eating away at me. One I was hoping you could answer. Aside from His Highness the Regent, I'm afraid only you hold the answer. For all, you were the only ones who made it from the airship. Is a question you already know the answer to really so important? Of course it is. One does not see it with one's eyes, hear with it with one's own ears, say it with one's own mouth, and saying goodbye becomes quite a challenge. Even though my heart sensed the echo of the myriad souls as they left with such clarity, I still ask myself over and over if she was among them. So I must ask, has Her Highness left us once more? Summer 1094 after, oh, we're back in time. I left you your life and a knife. I'd say that's a very generous price for answering my question. Who hired you all to kill me? Few even know of our existence. I'm dead either way, so do me a favor and be quick about it. Release him. Who? What does he gonna look like? Why does he look like an older, edgy Mitten? I mean, with a quick death like he asked for, Intellekil. As long as he spills enough blood, you can always just tear out the memories you want from him, right? Well, since you mention it... Oh, well, rippers. The vampire raises her hand. The crimson shackles binding the mercenary disappear into nothingness. I find I'm rather against that suggestion. Go on then, mercenary. As you can see, I have far too many people trying to kill me at the moment. Shan't be remembering your face. You can't even see his face, it's covered by a mask. No need to thank me. Watching that cringe-worthy performance of yours was painful. Not many know the name Rose Riverside. I didn't have to do anything to him to guess who's hunting us. Your Highness has only just left us, and those who have hidden in the shadows for too long are only eager to act. You played your part well, though. Otherwise, it would have been such a bother to find an excuse to let him go. Don't misunderstand me. Her Highness is dead, and I have no intention of following the Regent to throw away my life in Victoria. Which is why I found my own way forward. One that lets me live. Okay, but when we get him implayable, though, he's a cool guy. I mean, he looks extremely edgy, but... Almost sounds like you want to kill me too, Milton. What? Milton? Did not think his name would be Milton. Kind of close to Mitten, though, you know? And if I did, I couldn't touch you. Or any of you, for that matter. If not, I'd have taken back my sister a long time ago. You best make yourself scarce, then. The young mixed-blood Sarkis does not do so, instead tightening his grip on his knife. His knife? I don't think that's a knife. Have you seen that? You helped your sister deliver messages, which is why I remember you. Memories hold true, and whatever role you may be now, it has no bearing on them. Oh, goodness. You and I both know what Her Highness passing means for Khazad-dûm. Since the storm approaching and none of us can escape it. I do not wish for your sister to mourn. Leave while you still can. The situation is rather murky at the moment, and the sisters are scattered, and I am having trouble tracking them down. Chaos in Khazad-dûm has forced me to bid many a farewell. There are fewer and fewer informants I can speak to as the days go by. I do not intend to own losing another sister because of you. There's nowhere any of you can hide. Most of the people after you aren't doing it out of hatred, but for information you have. Even if the military commission says they won't hunt down anyone with ties to Babel, do you really think they'd let you waltz away with all those secrets spilling out of your pockets? Teleports you behind you. I'd like to see them try and stop me. You're on a fool's errand, Milton. I'm just a worthless merc. If I really do manage to bring your head in, at least I'll have a chance to protect my sister. Might have Gentlekia. With a burst of speed, the young Sarkis swings his sword, but Antelekia's scythe does not block his attack as he expected. Instead, the vampire's body slowly dissipates like a fuck of blood, fading into the background. Was Milton? Was this what that guy in PB4? Was a DMC character. He does look like he could be in DMC or something, yeah. He could have been more honest from the start. I promise you that none living shall approach this street. Will you speak with candor? Yes, exactly what you're thinking. Your friends in ambush will not be coming. You're not as calm as you're pretending to be either. You pretend your pursuers both bother you and claim you acted only to expose a traitor. Then you send everyone who finds you back to reveal your location. Also that anyone with a grudge against the canoes will focus solely on you. I heard from my sister that you were the one who cleaned up after every operation. The cleaner, they call you. Once when she barely escaped by the skin of her teeth, used a similar method to draw attention to yourself. Though it involved faking an injury that time, and losing a lot of blood, true, but the arts you used was powerful enough to turn everyone who even glanced at you into fine red mist. My sister risked her life to let you all cleanse her blood, turning her into a pure vampire, but even she couldn't eat for days after seeing that. I did endeavor not to splash too much blood, not fond of working in such a garish fashion myself. No, what I hate is your arrogance. You think you can bear the entire blood debt of Rose Riverside by yourself. And what makes you say that? If we were as capable as you claim, I would have held on to my sisters and have them accompany me upon this river of blood. And Rose Riverside would not have scattered so prematurely. Wish I'd had time to do more than cleanup duty during the crux of the Civil War, so busy I didn't even hear the whispers in the wind. And that was that. I could not save Theresa, nor a single canoe. Even what you're willing to do for your sister now, I can't do myself. What the? Shh. The sparkling blood-red gem slowly falls in front of Milton, as Entelekia's countenance grows even paler. Take it back to the one you believe you can save your sister. There are only two people in this entire land who can tell the difference between it and my little garnet. I can promise you that much. Your earring? More than that, but you needn't know. Now go. Wish you the best of luck, just as I do for my sisters. What about you? Judging by what you're holding, am I not already slain by your hand? If you have the chance to see your sisters again, tell her I will find that woman, and have her provide an answer to all us sisters. This princess of yours, is she a traitor, a liar, something else? By the time the scent of blood wafts over in the breeze, she has already gone. Thank you. He'd disappear. Tear the Charlotte, didn't you? Back to current day. Well, almost. Can you hear me? I'm inside the Military Commission's command center. The communications shutdown has been lifted. It's mighty quick of you, Antelekia. Naturally. Same old trick of mine. While I was dealing with Ducara's altar, I found quite a few people lying in pools of blood. Some are closer to the Military Commission than others. There's still information on the command center in their memories. Ah, seems my divination today was off the mark. Today's blood drops were in the shape of two swords. Thought it meant you would have to face off against the Royal Court's army and have a tough time getting in. Still playing at fortune teller, are you? Who on the radio? Sound of something falling passes through the wireless communicator, distant and fuzzy. Are you alright over there? Damn it, tripped over a cable again. Anyway, with a body as bad as mine, I'm not casting any crazy blood arts anytime soon. Just let me mess around with a couple of drops now and then, okay? Wouldn't you consider telling me where you're hiding right now? I fixed what isn't broken. Even back in Rose Riverside, when we canoes were close as anything, nobody knew my hiding place. I guess one of the sisters, I guess. Oh, it's probably the one merchant earlier. But now that you're in Londinium, there's no way that can guarantee your safety. No need to worry about me. Found the target to the northeast. Sounds like there are 2 teams. Make sure to avoid them. Understood. Turns into bats. At least it sounded like it. She just removed her opacity. No. We may have destroyed the Commission's command structure, but the mercenaries who are taking it over are unfamiliar faces. Bzz. You still there? I'm here. Sisters working together, just like old times. Yes, just like old times. The 3 in charge of those mercenaries had some past dealings with Bobble. I may be here at Kelt's request, but I doubt we would get very far using our old friendship as leverage. Would you say this goes against our sisterly vows? Say it all depends on how you use it. No canoe shall interfere in matters related to Bobble. It was you who set that rule. Some people don't really mind killing their own, you know? With more rules comes less trouble. I know that what us sisters are like, and how bad the blood can run between us at times. Yep, some join, so obviously there'll be some who leave too. You have to accept that, Entelekia. This doesn't explain her sudden disappearance, though. I should think that I know her the best. Obviously, no one else has got a single drop of her blood on them. Which means her departure was truly without warning, rather than us missing a sign. Sounds like you've doubted yourself. Join the club. It's only after it happened that I really got into this divination thing. It's never accurate, not like a game of associations that gets you thinking. At least it gives me some sort of warning, reminding me to be mentally ready for any and all challenges. I'll help you out, at the very least. You know she came by Londinium. 2 heads are better than 1, and 1 clue is better than none, right? Hold on. There's movement outside the command center. Victorian Alliance troops are blocking horns with a group of unknown Sarkas. Those would be the mercenaries who have come to take charge. Seem they're right behind us. I'll tidy up this command center for them then. Save them the trouble later. Would you mind leading the way? No problem. I'm always here. Tidying it up, huh? She's the cleaner. Entelekia. You're late, Keltsit. Drafting a final plan of attack demanded my time. It's rare to see you absent-minded. Rodzana medical operators can provide standard medical aid, but if a vampire does not wish to staunch their own bleeding, I'm afraid there's little they can do. It's nothing. Who doesn't bleed a little in battle? I was simply pondering the shape this bloodstain has taken. Seems like a bad omen, no? But do go on, Keltsit. Forgive me, but as usual, I can only thank you in a personal capacity for destroying Ducarael's remaining art circles and saving Londinium from yet another calamity. To be fair, I only did so out of my loathing for Ducarael. Wasn't to help you, and certainly not to help those Victorians. Nonetheless, your action helped clear many obstacles for Wishadel and her people. Her. True, true. I trust you'll remember my help today, Dame. Naturally. What about the information you gleaned from within the art circles of blood? Have you told Milscar? Just a hint, but that little kid is smart enough to figure it out. This is after those events. When the Victorians and Sarkas began hostilities, it was inevitable that some among them would seek cooperation over common interests. This war must end. These problems must be left to Londinium, the Victoria itself. Ami and the Doctor are currently fighting their own fight with the Victorian delegation to bring things to a peaceful close. If negotiations go as we hope, all the Sarkas will leave at the appointed time. The tragedy of Londinium can end. The more one knows about the past, the more worries it adds to their brow. Should be adds. Almost sounds like you're mocking yourself, oh nearly all-knowing Dame Keltsit. 4 years ago I found Bobble in a complete disarray. We may have had our similarities in that sense. Us cleaners really hate having to leave, and disinclined to accept defeat. So I stayed, wanted to piece back together all the shattered fragments. As promised, I've synced what I know about your princess to the frequency band you provided. Just scraps of information, but it should be enough to help you. Thank you, Keltsit. If you're on Rhodes Island still need any assistance, do tell me now. Getting all the Sarkas to agree to leave is hardly the easiest matter after all. There's one thing you must know. The person receiving this information did not respond. Oh. Suppose you managed to triangulate the approximate location of the band signal, albeit with great difficulty, but our people were prevented from approaching. No, rather than prevented, they were being distracted. This sort of activity can only mean there are people in the shadows with their own purposes. After me, perhaps. No need to be in such a rush, Intelekia. Run as fast as you like. But that bouquet will wilt before you get past that battlefield no matter what. There are no roses in Casdell, true. Even if you do bring some for your sisters to see, they might not like them. You should toss the bouquet once the flowers are wilted. I'm also unsure what awaits us once we return to the city of the Sarkas. With how well you've become in combat, how well you've become in combat and arts. There should only be one thing you need to be ready for. I hope you have learned how to grieve, how to say farewell, Intelekia. It is easy to live with a heart full of hate, but it's hard to bear the pain of love. Saying farewell is what causes us to grieve, and so, I will see Her Highness Theresa's wish fulfilled. Aren't you there with me when it becomes fulfilled? Will you agree to that, Intelekia? Intelekia enters the ruins. Few frightened civilians follow her at a distance, their eyes locked onto her, muttering curses under their breath. None dare to throw the bricks they hold in their hands. A dried streak of blood trails across the ground, as if someone was dragged. It winds past a fallen wall, wrecked in the fighting, skirts around a rusty assembly line. Trickster lies motionless, her face drained of blood. A shattered receiver is still clutched tightly in her arms. Blood drips out of the terrifying wound on her, crimson as ever. A frail vampire died in Londinium, a sight all too common. Nobody cares why she died, but nobody can take away her dignity in death. Your blood still isn't dry. Someone has kept the last of your dignity. Only someone living can leave behind minute arts such as this, arts of life. My princess, is this all the mercy you could spare? You ended up coming here after all, Intelekia. As her finger dips into the blood, a host of information springs up before her eyes. Through this blood, Intelekia communes with the consciousness of the deceased before it disperses completely. Who killed you? I ate away too long, I got hungry. Decided to go out for a walk. Someone hit me. Knew I couldn't escape, so I didn't bother to stop the bleeding. As Rose Riverside's cleaner, she has seen too many of her compatriots fallen in pools of their own blood. The shadows of these grisly scenes serve as elucidators of information in her mind's eye, fitting together into a vague memory. Is it the Victorians or the military commission? No need to be mad at anyone about this. If Rose Riverside hadn't taken me in, a vampire as weak as me wouldn't have made it past the Civil War. You all always said I was the only one of us sisters with sharp eyes, so whenever any surprises happened, even a small breakdown at the furnace, I'd be the first you all fussed over. It's all I ever needed. I'm glad I met you all. The memories continue further into the past. A familiar figure steps out of the river of blood, quietly watching them. It is Trickster's memory, and the memories of all the canoes. As the warmth dies away in the blood, so too does the memory of the dead slowly dry up. Not many canoes have left them, but none left in silence. No matter how dire the situation, they always spared the time to grieve for a lost sister. At least they did, once upon a time. No, wait, what about the people we're looking for? Are you really alright with this? Didn't you want to bring back all our sisters too? She sees no information. There's no answer from the blood. But unexpectedly, her finger touches something solid. Take away your hand. Do not tarry in this river of blood. She knows this crystal. Of course she does. It is a drop of her own blood. A vow. The beginning of Rose Riverside. There's no information within the pure crystal, merely the lingering warmth of arts. My princess, why did you choose to return this to me now? Why now, of all times? You were here, so why did you leave so soon? Was it because you could not save her, or was it because of the war that barely ended? Because of all that transpired years ago? Or maybe it's simply to say farewell. Mysterious. Not planning on staying in Londinium? I have found the answer I sought. A princess of yours did come by this city. Neither the military commission information network nor our covert web in Londinium could find anything on her. This is not good for us. She did not come here for the war. Rose Riverside will no longer take part in anything to do with Babel. A rule I set myself. She would not have violated it. Kelsit, she may have simply come to say farewell to her highness, or perhaps it was to stop Trickster and I from continuing our search. Sudden disappearance of your princess on the eve of Babel's collapse is suspicious enough. Can't even confirm if she left on Therese's orders. Until we know where she truly stands, Rhodes Islands cannot rule out the possibility that she might interfere with our plans. And if I too wish to believe that she has simply come to say her goodbyes. I will find her, Kelsit. Final clues Trickster left for me will be enough. She owes me an answer too. If you need assistance, we're still happy to. I know you're going to say that Rhodes Island wants to help. But Rhodes Island and Babel are very different beasts. I don't wish for Rhodes Island to be ensnared in the past once again. I believe Her Highness would not want it either.
A little late for that, not gonna lie.
Our name may have changed in Telekia, but our mission hasn't. Rinzai will not continue down Babel's doomed path, but we will never deny the ideals Babel showed us. Besides, I want the truth too. Thank you for your kindness. A drifting canoe needs its berth, and for us, that can only be Kazatel. The royal court, shaped by Tukarael, reeks of the stench that displeases the sisters. No doubt sooner or later another vile creature will emerge from his pool of blood. Perhaps I will rope in some other canoes in due time, to cross the river of blood once more, and return to the city Her Highness built. I foresee Kazdal having even greater need of us in the wake of this war than Babel ever did. I fear persuading those sisters of yours will not be easy, not to mention your drifter of a princess. I believe in the vows of us canoes, even if many of us detest each other. Send this peddle of tricksters to Kazdal in my stead, dame. See her home. She slowly opens her hand, revealing a sparkling, blood-red crystal. She did all she could to preserve the longing lingering in her sister's veins. You have my promise, and Rose Islands as well. Then don't blame me when trouble comes knocking on your door. It's been a long time since Rose Island was as weak as you imagined, Entelekia. You can only hope. Goodbye, Kelsit. Ooh, high quality CG. They can actually zoom in. The warmth in this drop of blood will never die, just as us canoes will never drown in the river of blood. This is our vow. I promise you, for our farewell I shall grieve. I would much prefer to part less often, but goodbye, Entelekia. Just loads of mysterious people we have never heard about. It's all just mysterious people we have not heard about before until, like, end of chapter 14, Grand Overture now. What happened in the last 15 minutes? We were introduced to the entire existence of Entelekia and her sisters. To sell her on the banner? I'm not sure. Like, not gonna sugarcoat it, all of the other ones have been significantly more interesting because they're actually dealing with stuff that we already know. Well, this one is kind of like a new introduction. And then, like, the princess, who might be a problem, or might not be a problem. It's time for the guy. I'll go by the bathroom first. Before the guy, and then obviously Amimi, who I'm currently hiding. Okay, so how I indeed essentially this was essentially introducing us to the character and like where they're from. It seems to be a sisterhood of vampires who function as like a intelligence agency or network. And then they have some kind of princess clearly doing something. And it's very much one of those where they just kind of do a story and they talk about a bunch of people who who exist in the world, but we've never met them or really heard about them before, so then it can get a little confusing because they're just kind of like talking about people as they, oh yes, the princess, and you're like, who? Which I mean it's not like a bad thing. 2 videos behind him, so I'm not watching. Damn, you'll have to watch the VOD. You can obviously keep an eye on after this. We'll probably watch the anime baka if you want to be there for that, and then we'll do the ARG stuff. They seem somewhat chill. You like this goofy vampire lady? I don't really have any strong feelings about her. She doesn't she exists far less than like all these other characters who are in her event. She's like she's the face of the event. We haven't finished, but I think this is gonna probably just stay as the thing where Entelekia, the face of the event, will be like the least interesting part of the event. And yeah, there is like a bunch of them are indeed setups. I mean, Noelle's is actually kind of... It's not necessarily... This is set up, this is set up. This, I guess, is set up. These will probably be at least somewhat set up. Noelle is... Not as much... I guess it is. It's kind of set up, I guess, just for like Clovicia stuff. And also just Noelle joining Rhodes Island and having lost his immortality. I had that with some before in a Vinny event. I think it happens every now and then. Because, you know, the new, whoever the new character is, unless the vignette event has, you know, a character who has already existed, but Entelekia hasn't really existed for a long time. Entelekia, the first time we see her, I think, is Grand Overture. We hear about her in chapter 14 maybe, but the first time we see her is Overture. And then, you know, next time she appears, she's playable. So it's like, yeah, it's like the banner character and the face of the event is like the least known character in the entire event. Which is a little funny. You have a silhouette in the event? In Overture? In Overture, we have an entire CG for her. Contractually not allowed to give ask characters screen time in story. That's funny. Didn't do any pulls. Okay, we shall continue. You must then escape, Baka, or your non-spoilers. We shall go on to this guy, which indeed we do want to know. This was maybe the one that I was almost most looking forward to out of these. Let's see what it's about. I will not be doing the voice that I did earlier because it hurt my throat. Oh yeah, Archetto! True. Okay, but the Archetto vignette event is like also such a... What the fuck even happens here? It's such a like nothing burger. Doesn't lead to anything. It was just like a weird little side thing. No, and Archetto has not like fucking existed since then. Surtur also, but Surtur also has gotten like bits and pieces in some other places as well, at least. Okay, we readers. Though I wouldn't be surprised actually if Entelekia ends up getting more stuff than Surtur in the end, because Surtur is not tied to main story content at all, while at least Entelekia is. So like it might just be a matter of time before Entelekia has more content than Surtur. Especially when Surtur might be like delegated to Endfield, which is funny to think about. You gotta go to a whole different game to get more Surtur. Okay, let's focus. Not the same, that's not even the same person, but you'll still get like Surtur stuff from him, kind of, sort of. Can you hear Victoria cry, O kings of yore? Fires burn my mother's skin. I fly above her head, but do not hear her cry for help. Only lament. But who does she lament for? Oh, Paprika, hello. Don't bother collecting the bodies of the Steam Knights and mercenaries. The Victorians already built this tomb for them. I know, Ines, but... Paprika clenches the blood-stained piece of paper in her hand and tries to imagine what it felt like as the Steam Knight wrote these words. Okay, what's the Steam Knight? This is the Steam Knight's home, but the Sarkar shouldn't be left here. Hodor can really bring everyone back to Kazdal with a life bone. Can we take them with us too? If you've already made up your mind, then go ahead. But are you sure about this, Paprika? You aren't from Kazdal. I can always find a way back to Columbia if need to. Safer to travel with the group for now. Him. Who knows what they do to you if you stay in Victoria? I'll try to head back to Columbia now. Given the circumstances. Oh yeah, he's a little hurt. He's seen better days. Stop pretending you're not injured. Wife? Wife taking care of husband? I won't die. I can't die. Besides, we're already taking too long. You're not immortal, Hodor. How's the Lifebone's recovery going? It'll make it to Kazadal, provided no one accidentally damages it again. The someone in question. Oh, was that meant for me? Because your recovery is going just fine. How are things looking outside, W? I'll let you off the hook about this. Look, I'll let you off the hook about the name this time, Ines. Even better. How are things looking outside, W? So sassy. The Victorians made a big push right after the fire on the walls. Noxera lines collapsed right away. What about the Noxera king? Still kicking, but he retreated into the city. Is there any news about the general, Miss Wishadel? Nope. Could be dead for all I know. Manfred wouldn't die so easily. But the chaos outside is a problem. Based on intel my guys collected, Ned Salim is still sitting cozy, even though the military commission screwed this battle up big time. While I'd love to blow Therasis to smithereens, I gotta admit, he's a cunning enough bastard that there's no way his forces would back down that easy. I'm thinking your plan needs to be moved up, Hoderer. Lifebone is ready. Whatever the region is scheming, we should prepare to leave with the ones who've been dragged into this mess, before the Sarkis purge begins. I doubt the Victorians would let them go so easily. I know, but this is whether we need the Victorians' permission to do anything. I've got an idea. But first, we'll need to capture the Commission's command center. Say, in the name of Bobble? You guys just wait here for my orders. My idea isn't a plan, W, but you seem confident. Fine, let's go. Spend enough time underground. Doesn't Hoderer need someone to take care of him? I have it on good authority that he won't die. Yes, that's what I said. Whatever the region and Noxera are planning at the Palace of West Halig, the fate of the survivors is probably not their priority. We can't just sit back and watch. You can tell us about your idea on the way. Who dunces? What about you, Yarnball? It is true, she's a Yarnball. I'll go with you. The general might be at the command tower. I have so much to ask him. But we just leave the lifeboat here? I could blow it to pieces if you want, if you're volunteering to carry everyone on your back instead. W. It's Wishadel. Don't worry, Yarnball. No one ever guess it's here. And if anyone dares get close, my gals will take care of them. Hoderer also. They're not used to, I know they're dead naming her, but like they're just not used to it yet. The change only just happened, okay? We should also erase the resting place of kings, now barely recognizable rubble. Besides, what better place to hide a pile of bones than a graveyard? It is a little funny because obviously I feel like you often just attribute the name Wishadel to the unit, right? Which, you know, has unfortunate gameplay connotations, you know. It's like the Wishadel racism, the anti-Wishadel sentiment has then kind of colored her name. But then, like, you know, her name is now Wishadel and not W anymore. So found a way in yet? The Ducal Alliance's army is surrounding the place, but they don't seem to have any intention of attacking. What are they doing then? Out for a picnic? Defending this place was so important to the general. How could... Oh, that guy. The general? You mean that devil by the name of Manfred? I'm afraid he fled with his tail between his legs, abandoning all of you. No, Grace was right. Military commission spies do come through here. Who the hell are you calling commission spies? We're not your enemies. We've come to end this war. I've read your file, Sarkis. Right hand of Manfred. Your word can hardly be taken at face value. Then maybe you've also read how I escaped from Manfred. I'm afraid I lack the patience to read through the files of every insignificant devil. Calls him the right hand of Manfred and then calls him insignificant devil right after? Make up your mind, my guy? I think you're just racist. We surrounded the place, sir. Eliminate these Sarkis spies. Search their bodies for intel on the command center. I've had enough of the Sarkis tricks. Ha! So you're not attacking us because you're too scared of what's inside? Well, if you don't have the guts, we'll do it for you. Are you sure you want to pick fight right now, W? I can ensure a safe retreat at least. I'm with her. Sarkis can't afford to wait. Protect Paprika, Ines. We're forcing our way through. If you say so. Oh! Her opacity, no. Shadows spread from Ines's feet, locking onto every Victorian soldier present. Then she senses a different kind of shadow. Delphine? Let them through, sir. And here I was thinking you finally made up your mind to kill us. I'm not under the command of the Exemplars, my lady, nor do I want to be put on mandatory leave like Bellingham. I'm simply executing the Duke's orders. Wipe out the Sarkas. No more, no less. These Sarkas share our strategic objective. They aren't a monolith. Why does Wishadell's model look like a little blurry? I'm glad that Degan kicked him out from the statue in Kerag. Is this the same one, though? Is this the same guy? I guess it could be. You're here to kill the Noxera, aren't you, Hodor? The Noxera king holds great significance to the Sarkas, but he cannot be allowed to live. Only the swift and complete defeat of his forces will convince the ones sitting on the fence to willingly withdraw with us. You want to flee with the devils? Got a problem with that, punk? You do understand the crimes that we committed, do you not? He's back, very clearly. I can't deny them. But I also understand what will happen if large numbers of leaderless Sarkas mercenaries are left scattered across the countryside. Mercenaries who've tasted blood in war. You want to protect them and prevent further chaos. Can you give your guarantee? No, but she can. Babel can. Hodor points towards Wishadell. His war has long since lost its last justification for taking lives. Time to bring it to an end. Nothing to do with who I was or who I am now. Very well, you can go in. Rhodes Island trusts you, then you should be careful, Lady Delphine. What you are doing may constitute treason. I don't need your advice. Lieutenant Shearer instructed exemplar units to escort the Sarkas team into the command center. Inform all Alliance units that this order comes directly from Delphine Windermere. Understood, Lady Windermere. Are we able to answer for yourself when the Dukes hear about this? I've even more reason to hate the Sarkas than most of you, but I don't let it blind myself to the current situation. Londinium is blood enough. Thank you for your help. Not you I'm helping, Sarkas. Go end this war. Phoenix Wishadell. I've never seen a single piece of that. We're still trying to rebuild Babel. Yeah, they like reclaimed the name at the end of chapter 14. As for you, sir, you can either continue the staring match with me, or we can both go back to our men and prepare for next battle. Or do you need to call the Duke of Castor for instructions? No need for that, Lady Delphine. Her Grace has granted me discretion. I agree that this is not our battlefield. I will, however, report all the facts pertinent to this incident to Her Grace. Suit yourself. While you're at it, send her my regards and a promise from the Exemplars. When the horn of the final battle sounds, the Exemplars will be the first to answer. Because we supposedly hear how Nezsalem dies in Overture? Supposedly? We'll see if this touches upon it. I get that things are messed up at the Commission, but is this really all they have guarding the command center? According to Dame Kelton and the Doctor, Rose Riverside has probably paved the way for us. Yeah, we just read that part. What about Manfred and his men? Afraid of getting blown up or something? The General is still alive. There's only one place he would be. By the Regent's side. Regent is out on his own. We'll have to count on the Doctor's group being able to handle the Regent. It's all yours, Wishadell. And I thought I'd have to fight you for the mic. My first broadcast, more than did the job, Wishadell. I was so serious all of a sudden, about to spew a bunch of crap I don't understand again. The name Her Highness gave you holds many meanings. I know. If they need to hear a new voice, they'll hear it. Before that, though, I want to set things up. We still need the command center to organize the withdrawal. Don't blow it up in a fit of anger. Blow it up? Of course I want to blow it up. But there's only one of it, which means I can't try all the different ways I had planned for it. W. Don't rush me, Ines. This time I'm gonna blow it into the sky so everyone can see it. See who we are and what we want to do. Ina's still not using Wish Adele. She refuses to. Listen up, people! Bubbles captured the military commission's command center. Yeah, this is also... I think this is a... I think we like hear that particular... Like that was a lead up to a bit we did indeed here at some point. Other? Like maybe in Overture? Those bastards don't know their heads from their asses right now, and nobody's gunning them to help out the crusty old Noxera king. So quit wasting time and get those feet moving. Believe me or not, whatever, just step on the gas and get this over with. Oh, just saying, don't forget to keep your eyes on the sky. My patriarch, that command structure of the commission has collapsed. Temporary chaos is inevitable, but no matter. Long oppression may have numbed the Sarkas, but this war has reignited their hatred. A moment of fear or hesitation will not extinguish it. The Noxera king looks up to see a frenzied flame cut open the veil of decay for an instant. Besides, there will be others to stand up and lead him. Bubble. Bubble. Frenzied flame? No way, Elden Ring. First time I saw the Palace of West Haleg was 15 years ago, on a 50-pound bill. It's the first time I held a wrench in my hands, and the first time I held money I'd earned myself. I rubbed the bill with my numb and tired hands. The factory door began to close behind me, but I felt as though the door to all of Terra was being opened before my eyes. A place that seemed so far away, a place where kings once sat, was right there in my hands. It's not quite how it works, it's just a picture, my guy. Why do we stop? Big wrench. The area ahead is completely shrouded in fog. Captain Horn's orders are to halt the advance until we figure out what tricks the Noxera are up to in there. Look at all the pretty patterns on the tiles beneath our feet, though. We're close to the palace. Be patient. Grab a proper weapon from camp. Dark is protecting this place of the worst of the worst. Wrench isn't gonna cut it. Oh yeah, they're on their way to the palace, which we see in Overture. This wrench has smashed 5 Sarka skulls just on the way here. Oh goodness. I can do it whether you believe it or not. It's been 15 years since I felt like this, but now I can take that palace. Noxera king be damned. Oh, they're probably dead. Wait, shush. What is it? Fog, I reported in. Find a safe place to hide. You hear that sound from inside the fog? Well, here's the wind. Same sound as when I forgot to shut the gym's windows at night. If it's the wind, it's blowing against something. A flag or clothes. Telvina. In an instant, innumerable tattered rags rush out of the fog, drifting across the sky above the city like a grey-white tide. There's cloth freshly torn from clothing. There are banners woven by hatred over the millennia. They have wrapped generation after generation of Noxera warriors, hiding the rot beneath. Now they fly freely in the sky, inviting all they touch to walk into decay. Bloody hell, I can't free my leg! I got you. Get away from the cloth, I'll cover you. They'll corrode any weapons they touch, melee units. Pull back and let the casters deal with them. 1st and 3rd caster battalions, volley on my mark. Oh my horn. Mimi. I can't get rid of them. The poles are immersed in decay, the shroud drawing in death. Even the foremost witchcraft of Noxera has rules that can be followed. But I'm able to decipher this fog. It is neither arts nor natural. Is this some new tactic, Logos? Oh, suddenly, Doctor. They wouldn't wait this long to try a proven tactic. Perhaps Nestilum is changing, or perhaps it's the Noxera themselves that are changing. This place can soon be more dangerous than the shroud we stepped into on the battlefield outside the city. The other units must have encountered the same interference, even sending out a signal is difficult. This 300-meter plaza is enough to delay 1,000 men for days. We must find Therasis. Analyze the shroud, Logos. How's our comms equipment closure? Already on it. Rules are bound to be analyzed. There must be a source for this unusual shroud. I just need a bit of time. He's nerding out. I never told them I had never killed anyone. Did exterminate a few districts worth of musk beasts, but never a human. I told him that it was not an arts-imbued pal I wrapped myself in, but rags taken from stolen mops. After all, I had never met another Naxera in all the years I grew up in the ditches of Londinium. No one ever taught me the Naxera arts. I had myself in mops so the Victorians wouldn't beat me to death. A mophead that killed muspies for them deserved to live more than the Sarkas, at least. Why are you ripping the cloth off yourselves? Our patriarch says we need no longer hide the decay. Should I rip mine off too then? I don't remember actually seeing this particular model too much. Of course, child. Why doesn't it fly away like yours did? Am I missing some arts? Feel the decay within you returning to the land. Feel the withered life returning to your body. Then rejoice. They're vibe-based magic casters. So I should rejoice? Did we ever get Wii? Did we get that on global yet? Are we supposed to get it on global yet? I beat a Naxera to a pulp. Said the Naxera could never be truly killed, so I kept swinging my wrench like my life depended on it, even though the one beneath me was no longer moving. Its ugly frame was much frailer than I imagined. I broke it like the fallen branches in the snow under my feet in the winters of my childhood. It was broke with such satisfying crack. Was the war answering my courage? I liked the feeling. Hot one from Nymph Event IS4. Now, she's a Naxera, isn't she? Also, that with the other people who there was another one that people called Hot, the like officer one from chapter 14. Scene was 22nd of December. Yeah, so it should have been out, huh? I wonder if it's because it might be one of those like not tied to an event, but it's like a seasonal type of thing. And they release on like a slightly different schedule. I said I could. Who said you can't truly kill a Naxera? This one seems pretty dead to me. Careful there. You didn't want to be near Naxera corpse long. The Naxera warrior's body quickly collapses, losing all form and color. An invisible fog takes up the form of the dead and gently embraces the remains. Just rots on its own? That quick? If we didn't get away now, we and the body both will Naxera food. Bloody hell, there I was thinking that Naxera weren't such bloody monsters after all. Why did you think that? You'll be fine, alright? Where'd you come from? Think about home. All that sun and hay and beer, you know. Think you'll feel a wee bit better putting all this rot out of your mind. I'm from Londinium. All I had at home was sourdough hard enough to smash skulls. Aye, that works. Yeah, it works for me. Bagpipe. Death and decay are defined by silence. Never thought the Sudaram would cooperate so noisily. No longer do the Naxera try to keep their nature in check. They're allowing decay to run unchecked. Unchecked. Meaning it'll be harder to stop the spread of rot? A pair of hands cannot stop rushing water. They can easily spray the water further. What if we diluted the water? What if we diluted the rot, Logos? And then transition. Oh yeah, they are indeed here. Hang in there, they'll get better. Ah, do I look like I'll get better to you? A natural effect of rapidly applying healing arts. Take this, give it to... In full caps. The pain, it's getting better? We have 3 healers. Do not choose the end out of pain, soldier. Endure. Pain will stop in time. Thank you, Sarkas. Listen to Liz. It'll be alright. In case of acute infection, we have to avoid rapid emotional fluctuations. Take a deep breath and... Message from the doctor, Neil. Shining, Neil, Nightingale, are you in the rear? We're at the rear camp. Just returned with a bunch of wounded. How's Nightingale? Weak, but she refused to abandon the injured to their fates. We'll take care of her. I need you to pull out of the area, along with everybody in camp. Doctor, you... Let us know if you need any support. An Naxera shroud won't be easily dispelled with arts. Well, something. Do your best to ensure that no one's caught in it. Or divert the fog of decay to nearby areas. If you're gonna make me click on 3 separate lines, just have Doctor speak. Don't make me click. Just have him speak. Okay, look, just have them speak. Look, they can speak. It's okay. There's no selections to make. They can speak on their own. It's all good. They can speak. Roger. The more lives we save, the less decay there is to feed on. The duty of the followers, isn't it? Neil, shining. It's no time to rest. Liz. Liz's blue foul beast perches on Shining's shoulder, rubbing against her cheek. Sometimes I just don't know what to do with you. Nero? Go and save some lives. As for the enemy, leave them to my spear and shield. Nero alter where she uses both spear and shield? Wow, I never knew the fog could be so noisy. Interference is too strong. Might be easier to yell than get a signal through. Fang. We can't place the repeaters directly on the ground. The fog eats away at the antennae. We put up a shield. No, with interference like this, that just block whatever's left of the signal. What if we carried the repeaters? Fog won't eat the equipment as long as we're still alive, right? Is that how it works? Closure clenches her comms terminal tightly. She can feel the pain of its metal corners biting into her skin fading away. Her limbs are becoming numb. The fog clings to all life equally, inviting them to join the procession of decay. She knows what Fang's suggestion implies. She wants to reject it. But she does not. You go. I'll stay here with the base station. Think, Closure, think. This fog is from the Noxera arts, then that can't just be meaningless noise. Identify the pattern, we can filter it out. They have encryption fog. They really took fog of war quite literally, however, didn't they? They were like, we have Noxeras. They're like the war race of Sarkas. What if they like literally just have fog of war? But it's actually just fog. There it is. Not noise, it's the voice of the Noxera. Even if their flesh has decayed, even if their consciousness has long faded, the life force of the Noxera continues to sing in joy as they return to the cycle. No idea what you're so happy about, but I'm sick of hearing it. Let me see, a little more over here. Zzz. Closure. Zzz. I'm getting a signal, but it's still not enough. How about this? That's what I'm talking about. Wait, Misery? How did you... I can cut a path through the fog for communications. Great, now we can hear what... Fucking Misery, though. Where's he been? My guy. Third Caster Battalion, engage the Noxera emerging from behind the lines. The young Duke. Delphine? Don't let them cut us off from the exemplars. The weight-bearing structures of the corridors, the sides of the plaza are heavily damaged. They're about to collapse. Watch out for falling debris. Never mind, it's not the young Duke because Delphine was there separately. The whole battlefield. It's connected. Looking hard carried by Misery and his... whatever the hell his arts are. Now I have killed a Victorian girl wearing a bright printed scarf on her head. Her scarf faded and her complexion twisted before my face. She became no different from the musk beasts I killed, only bigger and more hollow. Life must have flowed into me. I find myself swinging the greatsword that they gave me, almost as tall as I am. But I don't feel the ecstasy they spoke of. Ah! You're rotten too. I don't rot, you will. Is that it? Yeah, these guys, they're just not rotting. All the others rotted away. This guy did not. He's not part of the party. So what's that? Oh. Him. The massive explosion almost ruptures the young Noxera's eardrums. A massive suit of armor flies past him. The fog gently picks away the broken limbs the armor is wearing, pale fragments dispersing with the steam. Several suit arms fly towards it, their swords making screeching sounds on the metal, piercing the dull thud of Virginium explosives. description of steam gushing when you have a sound effect for that you even played. Metal shall decay. The young Naxerer has no time to look back. Heavy metal legs break the fog in front of him, blocking out the already dim sunlight. I said sinlight. How many years do you think it took us to build the crawler? You think we just let you eat it? Armor plate to the port side, 4 leg. Does the main gun still turn? 2 o'clock, fire. Oh yeah, the walker we saw. Blast a path through the suit arm to the steam knight. Okay, so we're seeing more of what we saw a little bit of during Overture. The young Naxerer falls to the ground. Old blood immediately seeps through the remaining mop cloth as though he was born to wipe such filth. And rude. But why was he born to? There's no time to think about the answer. A great iron hammer is raised above his head, glaring reflection in his eyes. No, I don't want to... You don't want to die. A tide of rot pushes past him, and the hammer falls to the ground as scrap. Oh. My patriarch? Wondering, you don't have to like just say stuff that possibly hasn't happened yet, by the way. I'm sorry, I didn't. Please don't punish me, I'm not a deserter, I just... If you've yet to fully comprehend war, then you are no deserter. It is not yours to give up your life so easily. Your war has yet to come. He's so supportive. There's no vanish. I can vanish it for you. Go. The fog, it's fading. More and more wounded are being evacuated before they die. The Naxerer are being deprived of the rot they feed on. Disperse. Whoa. The fog is thinning. Even I can breathe now. That says a lot. Doctor has trouble breathing. Wait, you couldn't breathe all this time, Doctor? Why didn't you say anything? Wasn't that bad, it's just better now. This won't last for long. Shining reports that the fog that had been diverted elsewhere is returning. We must move. Doctor. Monster. Perish. It's a skill 1, no way. You feel a sense of deja vu. It is not that any memories came back to you. It is that, once again, you sense how tiny and frail your life is. A blade of grass in the wilderness. What is one blade or 1,000 in the presence of death? Will all become nutrition for next year's sprouts. Tide of rot crosses Amia's black curtain, Monster's massive frame, and Logos' wall of incantations rushing towards you. The next instant comes to an abrupt halt. It is you. It is me. You have kept your promise. Monster, structural fortification, protect the doctor. There is no need, Dame. I shall not fight you here. Even though this is a battlefield? Precisely because it is a battlefield. You do not belong to this battlefield of mine. Every second you spend here is an insult to it. War doesn't belong to anyone, it only destroys everyone. How arrogant. No matter. This war that has nurtured me, this war I have nurtured, is now over. Even if it has cycled back and forth 1,000 years in the most uninteresting manner, even if the pain it gave rise to has become numbness, this war has achieved its goal. Now the Sarkas are masters of their own destiny. Yamnannam in Thersis' hands. Thersis? No. Yamnannam is in the hands of all Sarkas, scattered across the land for 1,000 years. From this war they will come away with power, freedom, and a future. What is left for me is the purest afterglow of war, one that knows no purpose but war itself. If there's no purpose, then why do you... Our blood child, so eager to put a stop to everything you do not wish to see. If you see war as only evil, suffering is only a mistake, and sacrifice is only a waste, then you can bring neither destruction nor rebirth. Should I take this as the god of war advising the king of Sarkas? Very good. Finally, you call yourself king. But it is not advice. My war may have won the Sarkas a future, but it's not my place to dictate what it is. My place is only to fulfill the very nature of my being. Spread decay? To me, decay and rebirth are one and the same. As for you, ageless dame, outblood king, and you, it is not my place to judge you. Go. Theresis awaits. Behind the Nagzera king, the ranks of Sarkas part silently. They reveal a black path between the white shroud, white bones, and white pall. Doctor? Only by taking down Theresis and Namnam will we truly bring an end to this calamity. Also here, where it's like two separate lines, but they're like, you know, both are said. Just have him speak. Just have him speak. Also, still fucking Namnam. We're with you, Doctor. This is the moment Rodzana has prepared for. There's no need to hesitate. And the Nagzera king? My wish will still disperse the fog. If we triumph, we will not celebrate victory alone. Through the fog, you can see the faint silhouette of a tank, the gushing steam of a steam knight, exemplars and alliance soldiers fighting side by side. You hear the communications of Closure, Wishadal and the others, all of them fighting for the same end. An end to this war. Let's go meet Theresis. Will we actually, though? It's an unfortunate name. I believe it has like cool etymology and whatnot to it, but you have crossed the waters of death, Eifanil, and witnessed the dim candlelight of the other side. Go, I do not wish to fight you. Sing once more when all decay is returned to the soil, when all war drums are silent. Your end does not lie here. The Banshee shakes his head and says nothing. His bone pen floats up in front of him. So be it. I do envy La Carameline. The Nagzera king spreads his arms wide. The Banshee begins to move his bone pen. 1,000 branches rise from the Nagzera, formed of flesh, blood, and bone. 1,000 incantations are etched by the point of the Banshee's pen in opposition to the decay. 1,000 branches spread out on the battlefield. Every Nagzera corpse they touch, from the ethereal remains of the ancient Suraram to the yet unrotted flesh of young Nagzera warriors, blooms and flowers of decay. Once again, the Nagzera rise from decay. Once again, the fearless charge forth in the incantations of the Banshee. It's like the first Originium passing by. I guess you should just call you Wanderer. That's the name that makes more sense. The Palace of Westhalig wasn't grand at all. In fact, it looks even more decrepit than what I saw on that bill 15 years ago. Blood and flesh covering my hands feels more real. Stopped counting the number of Sarkas I put down. Must have been a lot, because my wrench broke. I see him! There must be the Nagzera king. Wait, this is as far as I can go. You can't charge me in bare-handed, take the sword. The size of kings. No, it's just a random sword. Don't worry about it. My daughter liked to rub my arm when I was lying face down on the bed. She said it was fun because my muscles were so hard. I'd pat her shoulder and tell her she could become just as strong. Strong enough to lift a whole pile of steel bars. Holding the sword in my hand, I'd stab at the mound of branches under me and climb it. But how do I reach an enemy floating in midair? For Victoria. I see the Steam Knight charge towards death. I hear a sharp whistle in my ear. I feel the ground tremble from the guns of the tank. The elusive, terrifying white figure in the sky stops for an instant. Then the Steam Knight dives from the sky, sending the Noxera King crashing to the ground. He's so close. Is he gonna be that supposed random guy that stabbed Noxera? I'm beginning to fall in love with war. I leap from the mountain of branches and put the sword through the Noxera King. I can even feel my eyes burn at the heat gushing from the Steam Knight as it breathes. Victorian, you have learned to draw life from war. Now you must learn to return it to war. Huh. It was no use at all. I'm thrown a great distance. I can no longer feel my own body. Okay. Did not kill him yet. I see the Noxera King once again rise into the sky, the Steam Knight wrapped in a frenzy of white cloth. The strange Sarka is casting his arts, cutting a path towards the Noxera King. Familiar faces treading the death-filled path towards that seemingly insurmountable foe with no hint of hesitation. The fog seems to be dispersing. I see the massive four-legged tank advance. Why is there a golden-haired Kuranta here? What are those strange contraptions that have appeared on the battlefield, making a strange sound? I see Her Highness, our hero, Bina Victoria, the returned king, leading more and more people forward. For Victoria, I seem to see the end of the war. The Noxera King's silhouette overlaps with the sun. It is bright. Before him gather those eager to end the war. I can no longer see what happens next. Where did the sword go? Sorry, my girl. Your daddy's not coming home. Dead? Soulfires of Castle. Eve of the Babel Exodus. So you've chosen to answer Thersis' call to arms, even though the war will destroy you. Has your crown shown you my end, Your Highness? No. We simply understand full well that the only end of war is destruction. What is there to fear in destruction? The first Noxera learned our purpose when he rose from the ashes of war. I am the end of all things. The great boulder of war sits above our heads on the slopes of time. All we can do is push it with all our might. This time, however, Thersis has promised me an end to the cycle. As had you. Do you remember? I do. The founding of the military commission. But we have found another path. Then prove it to me, Your Highness. I will wait. And if you do not find your end, however, I will carve out another path for the Sarkas. I can see your emotions. You're excited about this path. I have waited too long, since that war 200 years ago. Farewell, Your Highness. I witnessed the conclusion of your dispute with the Regent. Baba will return. I have never doubted it, nor have I doubted your promise. Farewell. The rays of dawn shine from the pinnacle of the Palace of Westhalig. They drive away the fog, revealing the aftermath of the battle. The fog is gone. So is the Noxera King. Did we win? He's dead, right? In it? Of course she just says in it. She's so British. I still sense that suffocating presence. We'll need to get used to it. There's much to be done. The daybreak was unfamiliar to those returning home, or to those on the battlefield. Morning rays poured down like blood over the carpet of bodies on the ground. Is what the sunrise always looked like, Londinium? No, never. The cold dawn pours blood toward the skyline. toward the winding mountains in the distance, like an ocean of blood. Really using blood as a descriptor here. A lot. The few cries of joy from the crowd quickly fall silent. This is not how anyone imagined the glory of victory. It's over. But who can truly kill war? We killed one war? Nope. No one can kill war. Do you still sense his presence, Your Highness? He has unfortunately given himself to death, but you are correct. War will never end. Actually, a rarer track, a newer track. He merely left because this particular war is over. I almost envy him. He's taken so many people along with him, all to enjoy a war that belonged only to him. I've lost another fine opponent. Guess the old man really is dead. No time to mull over it. The Victorians could begin their purge at any moment. There's a lot on your mind. There's just something I'm not sure about. I have this feeling that when the next war to change the issue of Terra comes... No, I'm probably overthinking it. No, say it, Hoderer. I think you might have a point. The next war is probably going to be quite different. In the silence, only the lonely sound of a bone whistle reaches the pitch-black underground throne room. It is the Banshee's elegy for the dead. Manfred. Is the regent gone? Did you hear it? What is your true plan? There is no answer. The regent of Kasdel, the one who began this war, is not here. He closes his eyes and seems to see a river of blood flowing towards the sky. Manfred cannot even tell what became of the Sarkis hero who left so many legends behind. But he sees an image in his mind's eye. When the fires of war once again ravage Kasdel, death shall emerge from the mountains on the skyline. Oh. First of all, great bit. Great node. Very good. And also... there's a little bit of vindication. I feel a sense of vindication because there were so many people back during like Grand Overture and even like after Chapter 14 and during like Grand Overture and stuff. There were so many people who are like genuinely just actually like pissed off and like, what the hell? Why did they off-screen Nezsalem? Going off of like some, you know, spoilers and whatnot off of CN and so on. Like, wah, wah. And my thought was like, I know how they work. This is not it. And this was probably actually before See You Soon was even on CN. I was like, no, look. They're not actually just gonna fully off-screen him. Like, yes, technically he was off-screened, but it's like in the perfect way where it actually, I think, works better than having it happen on screen. Like, actually leaving it up to the imagination is better. And they'll kind of make a whole point of, like, we don't really actually... no one actually knows who truly killed the Noxera, because it's not really one person. They had Steam Knight and Tank and Logos and everyone else, you know, killing him simultaneously, and it took all of them to kill him. Like, this is actually far better than actually fully showing it. Leaving something to the imagination and to the reader themselves is a much better way of presenting the death of a character like Nezsalem. Like, such a big, huge, like, legendary sort of existence. Also, yeah, the Arknights does not quite have the capability of, especially for a lot of characters, for most characters, to give, like, a huge, cathartic, like, animation send-off, you know? They can't use the in-game, like, capabilities of presenting, like, a cool climactic fight thing, which something like Limbus can do, and obviously, like, 3D games can do. if they want to do that, they have to make a whole ass separate animation. Yeah, I guess that, yeah, the fact that there's no like boss fight, you only get like the sort of like showcase boss fight in chapter 14 with logos, I guess. It's like a little bit sad, but I think it's fine. I guess, yeah, there, you know, just in the gameplay sense, there probably could have been like a bunch of cool mechanics to a boss fight with Nessalem. So, you know, that's fair. That's fair. But okay, last one with Amimimi. Also, this is slightly longer. This is taking slightly longer to read than usually. We've been reading for about 3 hours now, so. We'll see how long it is, of course. Life bone. Hodor, I've brought along everyone who agreed to use the bones to retreat. Most of them wouldn't be able to withstand the long journey. The old, the young, more injured Sarkas than you can count. W said, and I quote, "Let them die if they want," but the other members of her squad carried them here. She still only says W. Somehow, she still has quite a few living subordinates, enough to maintain order within the lifebone and watch over Ursula in captivity. So at least you won't have to worry about having no one take the wheel if you accidentally die on the road. Got it. What are you waiting for? Wife is so angry at husband for getting grievously injured. Oh, cool. They took the airship with them as well, huh? The lifebone cast a shadow over the ruins of the battlefield. None of the Sarkas raised their heads. They may already know of, or have grown accustomed to, the greater shadow that will soon envelop their kilometers-long procession. Most of them move slowly as they cross the trenches left behind by the high-speed battleships. Whale. Very skinny whale. I was just thinking, look how long the line of soldiers is. We've all traveled that road from Kazel to Victoria before. You all know how long it is. But if the Victorians break their word and open fire on the retreating Sarkas forces, there'll be nothing you can do about it. Yes, that's how it's always been. Maybe not immediately, but after the signal we send to all of Terra, every nation will be forced to respond. You sure will that work? Such a blatant retreat back to Kazda will probably cause many countries to panic. There really is no better way. The squad must continue to present the strongest possible front to all factions. When we lose the strength to wield our weapons, we'll be devoured without a trace. Same goes for the new King of Sarkas. You must seize the initiative here. The airship in the distance is faintly visible through the bones, and the ship's cannons remain locked in targeting mode. A massive catastrophe cloud still hovers around the ship, following the Sarkas' forces as they retreat. Something else that's got me worried. You sure it's a good idea to have W guard Manfred? He's the best for the job. It is funny how Ines just does not care about her being with Shadow. What the hell? Colombia? The squad has reached its destination. Weather is clear and visibility is good. Keep looking to the southeast. We received latest intelligence from the Ministry of Defense, which includes Kazdal's approximate coordinates. Please closely monitor the Sarkas army to ensure the retreat home isn't a cover for another military maneuver. Understood. The officer does not, in fact, understand why he needs to monitor the Sarkas. However, out of respect for his comrades, he sits in the reconnaissance vehicle and stares intently at the data being sent back by the drones. All is calm. Nothing unusual to report at the moment, sir. By the way, and I'm just making small talk, Maylander rarely sends someone of your status to liaise with the military. The Victorians think they've done a fine job covering up the disaster in Londinium. Maylander needs to investigate the situation before we have a talk with him. Understood. He doesn't understand. Lieutenant? You're to report any new developments immediately. Of course, sir. There's nothing to report right now. Nothing at all? Wait, what's that? The officer puts down the communicator. The catastrophe detection system of the vehicle is blaring an alarm. He looks toward the capital district, but at this distance he can barely make out the outline of the nomadic city. But he can clearly see the massive shadow cast by the catastrophe cloud, stretching from above the capital district all the way to where he stands. It should be Listenala, yeah. More than a few hints for it. Yes, he knows you are familiar with people of Siracusa, so he hopes you'll have a chance to display your talents this time. Not to worry, the Sarkis hordes are a chaotic, calamitous force, but they are ultimately mercenaries. We're now well aware that our neighbor Victoria has failed to keep them on a tight leash. I shall not allow such filth to disrupt Lithuania's glorious Guldenesakats. Of this I am quite certain. Fucking terrible word, by the way.
Guld in his Gesetz. Guldenes Gesetz. Guldenes Gesetz.
Please send this message along to your master. Big cloud. The noble is interrupted by a suddenly darkening sky. What's going on? Come inside with me now, sir. It's a catastrophe. In the middle of Lithuania. Called at the base for further orders. Damn, we've got no signal. What the hell is going on? Push the fleet forward, full throttle. Wait. Push the fleet into the catastrophe? The data from the catastrophe reduction system sends a chill down his spine. The cloud has stopped expanding, just as suddenly as it had appeared a few minutes ago. A strong wind blows iridium dust up into the sky, but it doesn't fall back down. Because it's being controlled. Then the cloud starts to dissipate as the sunlight peeks through. Can you hear me, Lieutenant? Yes, sir. The catastrophe cloud appeared out of nowhere. There were no signs at all before it happened. Of course. This was meant as a display. Show of force to intimidate us. You think that Sarkis troops did this? Mainlander Null requires your help with the investigation. Please withdraw at once. Of course, do not disclose any information about our cooperation. Yes, sir. May Terra bless us. We haven't been here for a while. Enough. Deactivate the tip line. We have more than enough eyewitness accounts of the catastrophe cloud. Everyone saw what happened. Those of us living in the high-res got an even closer look. For now, I need all of you to come up with an explanation and file your stories. Everyone writes a report, whether you explain it away as advertising hologram or new arts from Lithuania. That's up to you. Do you need anything else? Sir, this call wasn't from a citizen. We just received word from our messengers. Zwillingstrom, Laterano, Monteloop, a catastrophe clouds have appeared over the capitals of every nation. What about Teddy Grifferberg and Max DC? Same situation. We're in danger. That little num thingamajig is pretty handy. You can send a catastrophe to someone's doorstep before you can blink. No wonder Duck and the Hag were so nervous when we came to take it away, and the little bunny insisted on tagging along to keep an eye on me. What if we just, destroyed every capital of the core all at once? While it may indeed be able to rain down disaster on those nations, that doesn't mean it can destroy them. I have no doubt that doing so would bring nothing but retaliation against Kasdal. Our history has repeatedly proven this, even from the earliest records. It would be unwise, we should all. In fact, you must use Amnannum sparingly. Strain it places on the mind and bodies even greater than I imagined. You just experienced that pain firsthand. You don't get to tell me that, Manfred. That was him. Amnannum's potential extends far beyond intimidation, assuming we figure out the proper use for it. Their Highnesses had much higher hopes for it. Yes, it is a weapon, a deterrent, but more importantly, it is the means by which we will break free from our destiny. You know, you're even more annoying than Hodor. I forget you are, dude. You're a prisoner, and we're only keeping you alive because Kasdal needs you alive. Hell, the only reason we let the military commission stick around is that the surviving Sarkis still need something to believe in on the way home. Fucking Theris is sure thought of everything, huh? I love when she swears. I'm guessing Hodor saw this coming along too, didn't he? It's always the Regent's overt strategy. To reunite a people, brought together once more by hatred, around Kasdal. Even Babel and the military commission are working together again, united toward a common goal. Yeah, but don't expect to wriggle your way out of this one, Manfred. Remember what I said. We should all. What, still got more to say? If someday Kasdal really does normalize its relations with the other nations, this is Her Highness Theresa once strived for, then I, along with the rest of the military commission, will have to draw a clear line between ourselves and Kasdal. As the Sarkis see it, our bloods bring only pain and hatred, just as we do to them. Sooner or later, they will claim that we haven't paid for the crimes we've committed. And on that day, I'll be waiting for those hateful avengers to find us. Hateful avengers? The katana guys? Just shut up already. Stop acting like you're a saint or whatever. Tryzyn and the rest of you assholes screwed up big time. You were so goddamn stupid, I wish I could blow you to pieces right now. Don't forget, most of the lunatics who actually believed in your plan died in Londinium along with the Noxera. You killed them with your own hands, and are hardly any left to even evacuate. But the Sarkas will pay for their own mistakes. I was not so spineless as to cast the entire commission from the city just because a few dumbasses were bold enough to provoke Castle. Miners would never do that, and neither will I. If they're stupid enough to come, I don't mind giving them a fight. But if you keep talking shit, I'll just toss you over to someone who's willing to put up with your crap. She swore. Yo, the wolf guy. You're not afraid of it? Look at that moving catastrophe cloud over there. Seems so far away, but I can't shake the feeling it might suddenly appear right above my head. Who? Who? Of course I'm afraid. Who isn't afraid of catastrophes? But there's a trick I picked up in Sami. Whenever I'm scared, I just pull my hat over my head, crouch down and think of something happy. Things you're afraid of will disappear before you even know it. He does have a furry coat. He is very Merlin-coded, isn't he? Also clearly bird, based on this bit here. After all, I'm just going into my own business. They wouldn't give me a hard time for no reason, would they? Just last week, you said you lost count of how many times you've been captured and interrogated by one of the Familia. Sorry for the trouble. My misunderstanding always get cleared up in the end. I mean, you guys did let me go, didn't you? I'm looking at, like this little logo. What's this logo down here? And, like... I really can't figure out how you managed to make it all the way through Sami and Ursus in one piece. And lying about that too, are you? Or maybe he's from Sami. He might just be from Sami. It looks AI in general. It's kind of just like, it is like floating. It's a large collar. That's a big old hood. And how does it stay up like that? It has a lot of rigidity to it. Also, this, I mean, he has so many colors, by the way. He has so many colors. You have this color, you have this color, you have this color. It's like 3 or 4 colors. I just happen to come across perfectly reasonable people like you all the time. Tryzyn your way out of catastrophes, then. Remind me again where you're going? Someplace called Blackflow? Yes, I'm also going home, friend. Back home to Bolivar. Oh, he's from Bolivar. Never mind, he's from Boulevard. On a long-ass journey. Extra day or two won't make a difference. Besides, that tattered paper talisman you're carrying ain't gonna expire. Anyhow, I'd advise you wait for that parade of crazies to pass. They start a war. They can destroy cities. They'd wait for someone or something else to test out the catastrophe for you. Just some friendly advice. Those devils are bold as hell. Someone's bound to try and take a bite out of them sooner or later. You can hear the terrifying roar of the catastrophe cloud off in the distance, along with the faint rumble of battleship engines. The Syracusan is right. It'd be wiser to not get involved in this. However... That's his name? Paria Kaka. Kaka. You ain't actually fascinated by that cloud, are ya? Maybe I am. Find it hard to hide my excitement whenever I encounter something I'd never seen before. Never seen before? True, I paid a price for it back in Sami, but I just can't get rid of this bad habit. To be more precise, I want to take a look at the people walking beneath the catastrophe cloud. A curious fella. Also, like, I mean, with that design, he has to be back at some point. How's it going? Hope no one is giving you any trouble. Just another ordinary funeral. Funeral beneath a catastrophe cloud is hardly ordinary. It's unfair to do to so many. Should have been able to return to Kasdal with us. Death is the one form of equality most readily attainable to all misery. The vast majority of the deceased have no relatives, nor even names. When I asked them to leave their final words, they could not even identify anyone who might remember them after they were gone. I shrouded the burial site in mist to keep beasts away. Fortunately, most of the dead were still unable to return to the furnace at home as they wished. Lagos, do you know what lies a little further up ahead? My previous missions rarely required me to come this way. Laterano is just south of here, not far. When Outcast and I went on missions together in this area, she'd often bring me here to drink. We once made a foolish bet that I'd find a way to sneak in and try Lateran ice cream. Well, I did it. No one caught me. But I never got the chance to tell her. At least I'm not the one breaking my promise this time. So you deliberately refused the order to return to the ship of Ascalon. You knew we'd pass through here during the retreat. Don't try to grasp my intentions, Logos. Ascalon here will have no issues escorting our fallen comrades and their tokens back to the ship. Besides, she also needs some time to herself. Say goodbye to the past. Tried speaking to her about the retreat, but she remained silent. At least she's alive. He was MIA for quite a while. Perhaps she won't have anything to say about what happens next either. She witnessed the end of an era, Logos. It's gonna be easy for her. I fear we'll all have one less participant at our future meetings. Misery lets out another sigh. No one can say for sure what will happen next. Just like the catastrophe cloud above our heads. I don't like this plan, but I must admit it's the best deterrent we have against those who wish to seize the chance to declare war on the Sarkas. Without a strong measure like that to avoid war, there'll only be more unnecessary sacrifices on the road back to Khazad. Violence is a means, never an end. There's nothing wrong with that. Maybe I'm just a pessimist. But I still think the rain will come down, sooner or later. Oh, Paria is also in PV4? That would make sense. I mean, the PVs always show us, you know. Even if they're just like silhouettes. Aha. So can you let me go? Well, then are you anyway? Really just an explorer. An explorer could stop the lightning in a catastrophe cloud. It's like the Thunderbolts themselves are afraid of you. Maybe they've taken liking to me. Oh. See? A few of them just landed right next to me. You do realize it just makes you even more suspicious, right? Personally, I think the catastrophe is sending a clear message. Don't come near us and don't try and test us. Now, let's not be hasty. I just wanted to study the strange catastrophe cloud you created. I'll remind you that I don't like you. You tell too many lies. The Sarkis mercenary sizes up the man standing before him and hesitates about whether to make a move. This guy's the one you're talking about? He looks pretty normal to me. Sure you got this right, old geezer? Oh. The Revenant is speaking. He's giving off a particular scent, one I loathe. Ancient Sarkas language. Small. Shmol deka. Enemies from outside. Collapsals. Collapsals. He's got some collapsals fucking around with him, it seems. No, it's not coming from him, it is what he brought with him. Strange, it seems to be a piece of paper. Oh, you're confused, you old coot. Does it mean we don't need to worry about him anymore? Hey, why aren't you saying anything? Boss, I told you call me chairman from now on. What a pain in the ass. Why would I have to make up all these stupid rules? Only Her Highness could be called chairman. Anyway, your squad's out here to scout, so just keep on scouting, leave this guy to me. Got it? Little paper, his little talisman, huh? You, if you got something to say it. Don't try and pull a fast one on me. I guarantee I'm faster than you. There's a fleet heading your way. Don't know which nation they're from. They've disabled all identifying signals. Coming from that direction. Brain provides a lot of cover. It'll be easy to plan an ambush. I guess everyone wants in on this. What a bunch of cowards. Afraid of us. Yet always acting cocky. Alright, I'll pass on the word to the guys charging to their deaths on the front lines. Hello? Can you hear me? While you're out there, watch out for an ambush. So, as a thank you, how about maybe you to watch the catastrophe cloud with me? You're here to explore, right? I'd really rather not. Shaking in my boots here. Alright, your loss. Now scram. If any clueless Sarkis grabs you again, just tell them who let you go. We shall. You have my thanks. Sure was a close call. If you hadn't rescued me, this journey would have been my last. Dropped the act around me, and then you got caught on purpose. So weird. Why do I keep running into people who have nothing to do with the Sarkis but want to help anyway? The Riberi eyes the seemingly relaxed Sarkis before him, quickly realizing she's likely the leader of the group, and that her attention has long since shifted away from him. She's focused on the distant horizon. She's heeding his warning. The wind brings with it the sounds of the land, or maybe the rumbling of ships' engines. Conflicts, wars. The explorer has already seen too much along the way. Can others hear the Revenant? Does it just look like Pongadel talking to herself? I don't know. Maybe? Sometimes? As always, we don't want to be the ones waiting for a beating. All the arts creations we sent out have been destroyed. They know we're getting closer, but I never planned on hiding anyway. Some unlucky souls have to be sent to their death so the others can board the ship and fight. Will it be your squad or mine? Follow the orders of Babel and the military commission. This isn't for you to decide on your own. Kill every hostile you encounter. Anyone in the squad who spares an enemy or takes spoils from their comrades, kill them too. Prepare the explosives. Set up altars along the route. Normally, the altar's arts can't penetrate the armor of high-speed battleships, but this time we have the catastrophe cloud on our side. They're here. I knew going home wouldn't be that easy. I wonder who it'd be. The earth is shaking. The high-speed battleships slowly emerge from the shadows, blocking the Sarka's path forward. I guess it's high-speed battleships. That really would be Victoria mostly, wouldn't it? The warrior launched a few charges like this while in Londinium, and considers himself one of the fortunate few. He also knows full well that the path back to Castle is not a road, but a battlefield, full of corpses and awash in blood. Sarka's procession stops at the edge of the firing range of the battleship's cannons. The sky grows dark as the black cloud overhead lets loose with rolling thunder. Your enemy is approaching. Everyone, commence operations like you were ordered. Each of you just do your own job. I don't want to catch any idiots you showing off. Halt. You may not advance any further. Oh. Only a few Sarkas have noticed the young courteous girl within their ranks. She marches towards the head of the line. Then, with a wave of her staff, the girl draws a line behind where she stands. The black line spreads across the earth. A black wall rises up where the line once was. An impregnable wall, woven of black silk threads, separates the two opposing forces. The Sarkas can no longer see the courteous girl on the other side of the wall. Okay, Amimi? But one thing remains imprinted in their memories. The black crown floating above her head. The king of Sarkas. Their king has not abandoned them. They have a new king. But why an outblood king? The new king's voice resonates in the minds of every Sarkas present. Meanwhile, the fleet sent to block them clearly hears her words. The Sarkas are going home. I will not rule out violence if necessary. I know full well the weight of this black crown. Theresa has already led the myriad souls away. For the first time, the Sarkas have a choice. I will not let her efforts be in vain. Nor do I want the Sarkas, or any of you, to start another war. The cycle of hatred and revenge must end. This is the first time Amia has openly revealed her identity since Theresa taught her all there was to know about the Black Crown inside the assimilated universe. Now she can hear noisy cries from amidst the Sarkas. Impossible, it can't be. Outblood stole the Sarkas crown? How? Why? She's our king? Do I have to make a tribute? What does she want from us? Let's go. It's on to the next battlefield. Terror, suspicion, reverence, ecstasy. A wave of emotions floods Amia's mind. In the past, she has made several attempts to explore the information stored within the Black Crown, but she has never gone this far. The tide of information nearly overwhelms her. For millennia, the Sarkas have desperately sought their king, chasing an elusive vision. She tries her best to steady her thoughts and maintain the unshakable black wall. I am no ruler, nor am I the king of Sarkas. If the Sarkas hate me for this, I will accept that. I'll show them the way forward, the path to end their suffering. Both sides should stand down. There won't be any more war. The black wall still stands, just as the catastrophe swirls above the wilderness. After a long stalemate, first battleship in the fleet begins to change direction. Great. Finally. The wave of thoughts suddenly fade away, as she hears an unusually clear voice. Who are you? Remain silent, as His Holiness commanded. And the Sarkis have committed countless crimes within our holy city, even though Lateran has never before faced such provocation and desecration. Even though the army is openly threatening the safety of our residents, even then we will not respond. Yes, His Holiness believes that Laterana should not interfere in this matter. I wish to see him. I'm going to file a protest. We are unsure where he is right now. Sudden disturbance of the halo and the flood of information. For whatever reason, it suddenly became aware of something. Conversation. It is having a conversation. Something similar to itself. Oh! Oh! It was the law asking Amia. Since it had decided to make its choice, I'm afraid I must follow suit. New revelation has showed us is something Lateran can no longer bear on its own. Let me think. Start with the first question. Who are you? Or it's Pope. I guess, is it Pope through? I guess it's Pope through the law. I have to admit, Your Holiness, this is a long road. Even without the whispers of the myriad souls trapped in Reginium for millennia, those still take a long time for the Sarkas and this land to let go of their hatred. Well then, Namia, my child, what if we do not have that much time? Oh, it's this track. This track. What if Terra is no longer in its infancy and has come to the point where it has to face its future? Teresa warned me this might happen. Someone walks into the static void. He's following someone else's footsteps, although their footprints have vanished from this place forever. The tower is still collapsing, a hint at everything that has transpired. Although time has no meaning here, he must admit that he's a step late. She's already completely out of reach. Now all he can see is the golden ocean and the lonely diamond in the sky. Amia, not even I, the Pope, know when or where the disaster will occur. But I'm certain that will be a crisis that we've never faced before. It is right before our eyes.
And that's where it ends? Okay. It ends there. Okay, this one is good. See you soon. Indeed. See you soon. It's such a tease for I mean, this entire event is just tease for stuff, but that one especially is a huge tease.
Doctor.
Holy, what a tease.
ここがあなたが約束してくれた居場所ですか? Doctor.
And obviously, you know, Theris is attempting to have seen Teresa for one last time. That's a pretty good one. See you soon. Quite good. Also, yeah, indeed. By far the weakest bit of the event is the Entelekia part. It's not even close. Not even close. Like, that part could not even be there. Like, right, I'm sure they'll add to it later. They do this often. But like right now, everything around Entelekia could also just like kind of not exist in theory. Like, there's not really anything there that truly ties it to like it needing to be there. We just finished. I guess we might be discussing, but there's not a huge amount to discuss. Other than that, it was quite good. It was more of a Valentine's special. Pretty much confirms that pretty much everyone was played by Therasis and Bubble Doctor. Well, to an extent, but also like, well, Bubble Doctor depends a little bit. Yeah, Noah was indeed. Noah could have had a little bit more. But yeah, it is funny how the face of the event is by far the least important part of the event. It's a little funny. Internet is clearly foundation, whereas the others are a continuation. Yeah. That's the thing. It felt like a foundation very much so, because like we were introduced to Ente during Grand Overture, and it was a very small bit. And this was just like setting up more. Like we were shown the character, mysterious vampire lady back then, and now we get to sort of know what her deal is. And everything else is continuations of something that we've already done. While also setting up more stuff. Like, you know, future stuff. There was a whole bunch. See You Soon does make sense as the episode names, as most of the bits are indeed just like teasing what's coming. And yeah, they are called canoes. I do wonder why they're called canoes. What's that? I'm sure there's some cool real life lore or something. Oh yeah, okay. I guess Nezsalim isn't really necessary. Nezsalim was the Nezsalim node was more of actually like a finishing, not really a building to something new. That was more of like actually a finishing the bit. Like that was actually like more of a conclusion to something done, set up for something more. Yeah, but Doctor got some memories back in chapter 14. Maybe the Doctor will get their memories back before Enfield. No, I mean, I don't think Enfield is even relevant for the discussion. It's more so just, will they get all the memories back at some point or not? Which, I'm not sure they... Well, because I don't even think it's necessary, like, it's... I mean, there could be a moment where it would be good to have all the memories back, but it's not, like, fully necessary even, you know? Do a reread but take a shot every mention of the word blood. There was many mentions of the word blood. Dude, there were some sentences where they used blood as a descriptor 3 times. And yeah, Nezsalim knew what was going to happen to him pretty much from the start. Like Nezsalim, I feel like that's something I feel people missed almost. Because I was wondering, maybe this was around Overture that was wondering this. Maybe I didn't talk about it. But I feel like pretty early on, it was kind of obvious that Nezsalim was very much aware. Like he was, this is my last war. Like I feel like that was the beginning assumption and where it all like started from. Or, like the guy was like, this is the last war I have been promised. Which, if you know, you don't even really have to read into it. It's pretty much spelled out that he was like, after this, I'm gone. Like, this is where I'm leaving. I'm gone. Like, he knew Sargas wanted to change, and he himself said he couldn't live for that change to happen. Yeah, because, like, it does almost feel like he almost like purged the Naxxramas to some point, to some extent. And indeed, and he especially was, you know, one of the truly like old guard of the Sarkaz court and so on, and kind of a thing that would have had to be let go for there to be true change to the Sarkaz. Of course, you know, on the way to that, he caused absolute, you know, innumerable massacres and just like horrors beyond human comprehension. So did Therasis. Like for all this, I'm a little bit, I'm like, I want to still see more. Like I need more. We should be getting in chapter 15, I believe. But there's still kind of more that I want to sort of get for like the whole, you know, oh, this was kind of the whole plan of Therasis. Like, oh, we will become the villains so that they can. So that the rest of the Sarkaz can, like, you know,
unite in some form and kind of like almost like drain the swamp, I guess. But I feel like I need a little bit more to really say how well that particular story concept is being pulled off. Mainly because we've like seen like it's just where I feel like we're missing pieces and so on for now. Still, we're still missing stuff for it to feel more like fledged out and like that it's also that it doesn't like, you know, feel that it kind of comes out of nowhere, because, you know, for so much it's just like, oh, Theresis and the court and everything, you know, are just like, they're just warmongers. You don't really get hints into them possibly like it's not even that, because that's the thing, it's not even really like anti-villain motivations, because they really truly are just being villains. Which, I mean, might be the better way to have it. Like, they actually are just like, in that sense, terrible people. And then it's like, but it's a little bit like, there's, at least in this one, there was almost a little bit of like that kind of, I don't know if they're trying to do this yet, I feel, but a little bit. They're kind of trying to give them like vindication, a little bit of like, oh, like Theresis and his plan and so on was like, oh, he was right in some way. When it feels like this was for sure not the best outcome for so many factors, like so many factions, this was like not the like best possible outcome. Like, it still indeed feels like it's more like we're not even really like, we're maybe getting like the best outcome of a shit situation, but that absolute shit situation was just fully caused by them. So there's a little bit of like a, man, you were a little dumb, weren't you? Like, this was your best like idea? Really? There hasn't exactly been enough justifications for it to seem like, oh, they had a point, I guess. That's what's missing. Missing is like, it does not feel like, oh, they had like a point with all that they did and caused. Right now, it's still mostly like, you caused a shit ton of issues for this? Like, really? For real? For real? What the hell, man? That's fucked up. But maybe that's also somewhat the point. They might, you know, flawed characters and all that, you know, maybe they will not sort of have a I would actually wouldn't necessarily mind it if they kind of don't have like a redemption to become like an more of an anti-villain type thing or whatever, where they don't necessarily get like a full justification for the horrid shit that they did. But then there's some bits of the story that kind of seem to push towards that, with the Myriad Souls as well and stuff. And like, you know, with Theresa also, and Theresa also kind of actually going along with the plan to a point, which I still found that always a little strange. Like, I feel like I just missed something, but it was like never fully fledged out to me on just like why the sort of revived Theresa did end up going along with like Theresis' half of the plan. Right? Considering, you know, the separation that they had because of their differing ideologies. But then also they kind of did it as like a, ooh, she was sort of testing them. It's just that it's not like Theresa did that much before. It's like just a bit of a flip of character to some point for Theresa. Where after the revival, she does do things quite differently than what you would expected of her before that.
Just the way that she goes along with sort of the Theris' side of the plan is just a little like, huh. Interesting that she's sort of so okay with going along with this. But maybe it is just a situation of like, well, I mean, my plan kind of sort of failed, so I guess I'll... She also like, maybe she also somewhat, it's like she partially kind of hijacks Theris' plan to obviously like give it back to Amia and Rhodes and so on. So you could see it as that way as well, I guess. I guess. But I feel like we still have even more. It's just that everything that happens in chapter 14 and the Victoria arc, it's such huge shit that you like need a bunch of time and like extra events to really start unraveling all the stuff that happened. But then obviously after, you know, after you kind of like defeat Theresa, right? After she's defeated and so on, then she goes like all the way back to the Theresa, you know, we knew before. So I realized that Theris' plan was the way to go. Well, that's the part that seems a little funky. That, because I feel like kind of a big part of it has been that yes, they're indeed working towards the same goal, but I feel like there's been many parts where the narrative is kind of, you know, telling you that the way Theris is going about it is wrong. So then it's a little funny or a little strange to then sort of see Theresa just kind of go along with it. When there's a lot of narrative bits that gives you the idea that Theris is the one in the wrong here and there was probably a better way of doing all of this. At least at the moment with everything that we have. And obviously, indeed, but there is indeed possibility that like changes indeed happened while she was dead and whatnot. Anyway, the reading did take a little bit longer than usually. This is a fairly dense vignette one. Not done the ARG yet. It shouldn't take. Well, I mean, we'll probably end up just doing essentially the personality test part of it. I guess we could maybe just do it first. It doesn't take very long, does it? At the very least, if we don't start like exploring it apart, I mean, because we only really have the ending to the ARG, so it's just answering questions to get a personality test and then seeing what color you are. Seeing what color you are. I guess I'll do that first. Lynchpin. That's probably why they put it on global. Yeah, well, I guess that's the this part of the ARG. Fuck, I didn't. Fuck me. I have to get the link from somewhere. If you just put in Arknights.global / lynchpin, it doesn't actually take you to the fucking place, man. It's fucked up. Why is it like that? Strange. Let me mute the game real quick. This one has sounds. It was funky sounds even. Oh, wait, let me log out. I think it was actually. I think it remembered. Let me like clear all the cookies and whatnot from this site actually. So that maybe it resets everything. See if I can like fully reset the site. Being in the zoo. Okay, I see how it is. Let me sign in. I can't type today, apparently. Yeah, I have my email correct. Alright, I gotta get a fucking code.
Give me my code. My code. I'm waiting for code. Where my code? I guess you actually have to put the www part for the URL for some reason. Normally you do not. Okay, apparently it just does save the progress in some way. So I answered like 2 or 3 questions, I think. I can't remember what the fuck they were. I can't remember what they were. Also, just give me a second. Okay, chat. Well, did anyone remember what the questions were? I do also like the fucking like brown noise they have going on. Okay, good. Nice. Okay, I answered I think like the first 3 here. Yeah, okay, indeed. Let me just remind myself of what the questions were and what I answered. Fucking humming noises. Many recent happenings have left you confused and you find it difficult to accept them. I put agree on this one. You find it hard to believe the mission others have tasked you with will succeed. I think I put disagree on this one. You suspect your judgment and choices have been wrong for a long time and you believe it is time to abandon some things. I put agree on this one. Those are the 3 answers I gave. I guess I'll keep it open just in case. Thank you for cooperation, Doctor. Next, I will ask your opinion on specific ideas to examine your judgment and logic skills. Are you ready? I will be honest. The value of life varies based on the individual's cognitive abilities and competency. Subtle. Subtle. How subtle? The correct, like, the morally correct answer here is like disagree. But like, I mean, yes, you can, like, cat girls are higher value even if they are hairheads. Survival is civilization's top priority. Disagree. Following the previous question, the value of a civilization can also be measured and compared. Truly, how subtle these are. I was wondering how subtle these was gonna be, but I mean, it can be measured and compared, yes. It's true, it can be. Purpose of civilization indirectly frames the rules of conduct for every individual life within it.
disagree. Also, like, it's going off the question of like the purpose of civilization is survival, where I also said disagree. Following the previous question, the rules governing civilization are the only tool with which individuals may fight against predestined doom, annihilation. No, disagree. Biological life is not the only form of life. Now, this is actually like a big question. Like, this is like for real, like a huh? Realized I wasn't thinking about these questions in context of Arknights. Well, yeah, you can either just answer them indeed just as is, or think of the the context. I mean, but here, okay, look. Biological. What is the definition of biological? Oh, because biology is or relating to, caused by or affecting life or living organisms. So like, okay, yeah, but that's it. But wait, biological life is not the only form of life, but biology is just about living things. It's just about things that are living. Oh wait, I muted it. Give me more definitions of biological. Biological side. Eating is a biological aspect related by birth. Biological mother. Okay, But this is biology. Biological disambiguation. Biological relation is measured degree of biological process. Study of life and living organism. Broad natural science encompasses a wide range of fields of origin, evolution, distribution of life. Central to biology are 5 fundamental themes. The cell is the basic of human life, genes and heredity. Okay, well I guess it does also get into this part here, huh? Like I know what they mean by the question, and I'm like, okay, but like technically, like, biology is life. Like if you're not biological, like life, it's like necessary for an organism. The biological process is necessary for an organism to live, but it's like technically, if you consider something alive and living, it would be under biology. What of artificial life? If it's life, then you could consider it biological life. Or just biological, because we should go to life. Life, Wikipedia. Life, also known as biota, refers to matter that is biological processes. Signal and self-sustaining processes defined descriptively by the capacity for homeostasis, organization, development, growth, adaptation, response to stimuli, and reproduction. But then also, well, actually, I think this has been debunked. Or the thoughts on this depend on who you ask and so on. Is indeed, are viruses alive? Like, viruses don't technically have some of the classic ideas or things of what is considered alive. Because viruses don't have cells. Viruses can't reproduce sort of on their own or whatever. Like, they just like, yeah, they don't like reproduce in the same way that we think of. Then they like do stuff. Living things use energy. Outside of a host cell, viruses do not use any energy. Like,
Might have found some stuff out there we don't know. Yeah, that's the thing. I know exactly what this question is about and what it wants to say. And then I'm being like obtuse and anal about it, where it's like biological life is kind of technically all life. Biology is just the science of living beings. I guess it has definitions of stuff like cells and whatnot, and like using energy and reproducing and, you know, so on. But I guess we'll put... I don't know exactly what it's asking. But yeah, I mean, I agree. Yes, there can be more life. If we take specifically like, okay, yes, the form of biology we think of, which is like human cells and shit. Impossible hope is a sort of lie. Who are you to say it's impossible? Huh? Who are you to say it's impossible? How do you know it's impossible? What if the person saying it doesn't know it's impossible? I mean, I also know exactly what this is also asking. Also, I actually have a bunch of thoughts about this entire thing. Like, I think it's really cool. I think it's really cool. So we're actually just gonna play into it, I think. Yes, impossible hope is a sort of lie, because, you know, we're like, oh, there's totally hope. If it's actually genuinely, provably, objectively impossible, then yes, it would be kind of lying. Then for what do you persist now? Have you begun taking precautions? Oh! You take my answers away, I see. Please refrain from taking unnecessary precautions. I prefer you simply treat this as a normal conversation. Now, carefully record everything you've ever done, then answer the following questions. Please be candid with me, alright? Alright. Someone was easier to pick for the fan translation? Uh-oh. We might have to go through those at some point as well. Betrayal with a reason ought to be forgiven. That depends on the reason! Not just like by default, no. Oh, but because I know exactly... I see what they're doing! I see what they're doing! Because, you know, like, okay, but what's the reason, right? Because it depends on the reason. These are all loaded questions and leading questions. But, like, the answer is disagree. If you're thinking about it at all. Because it depends on the reason. Concealment for a selfless reason should not be taken as deception. Where also, like, it can be deception. Like, it is deception, but, you know, what's the value of it? The answer is, indeed, degree, because it's like a pointed question that has... where the answer is, depends. You will understand me. I can understand you, but I don't have to agree with you. Like, or agree with you as in, like, think the same. Understanding is different from agreeing. This is concluded. Thank you for cooperation. Please beware when I say there is meaning in every choice you make. And indeed, it's very grey. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. P, F, T, F, F, P, T.
See, because I know exactly what they do here, and I think it's actually so cool. Also, I guess this is the number of people who have answered, and this here is like showing indeed like, you know, whatever. I do wonder what the fan translation is. There a fan translation on here? Right, and indeed, depending on what you answer, you don't actually get to do this yet. I will make my own choices. Oh, they changed it to official. Okay. Yeah, this is going to be automatically. Oh, never. It'll be automatically. Oh, I didn't even see it. Oh yeah, this is not. Oh. Wait, what's the triple one? Yeah, some of these get deleted. Is this supposed to be a triple? Okay, it's this one. Okay, if you wait. Fucking hell. I'm on stream. I can't wait for 2 minutes. I can't wait for 2 minutes. I'm on stream. I guess I should have actually just... Well, because you know... Because, like I said, you will understand me is not the same as, you know, agreeing with... there is fan translation still alive somewhere. You know. The results I would say will synchronize the circle center numbers on the left represent the questions. T and F stood for true or false the player chosen during the Q&A session. Bar beneath represent the ratio of true and false chosen. Displayed red color also differs depending on their choices. If the player mostly chooses true, it displays gray. If mostly false, it will display by blue. Highly suggest the gray color represents the agreement over priest's ideology, whereas the blue color represents the doctor's own personal stance without her influence. Yep. Final results, I don't want to look at that yet. That's spoilers. Face view. Okay, these are unofficial, yeah. When user events have left you puzzled on how to accept, you feel that you've been given a mission by others that seem to offer a little hope. Now that your judgments and choices over a long period of time have been wrong, and you think it's time for you to let go of some things. Value of an individual's life may vary depending on their cognitive and behavioral abilities. Survival is the primary goal of civilization. Given the premise of the previous statement, the value of civilization can also be measured and compared. Purpose of a civilization indirectly shapes the behavioral norms of every individual in it. This is like a way better way. I can't remember how the fuck they put it in the official, which I mean we can just check, but this reads so much better. In the premise of the previous statement, the norms of a civilization, the only answer to individuals' lives confronted the melody of destruction and nothingness. Biological life is not the only form of life. Hope without the possibility of realization is a lie. Yeah, also, yeah, that's like easier to read. Why you're starting to become weary. Wary. No heart to heart can you open up? Alright. Betrayal that is justified should be forgiven. Concealment that is not driven by selfishness should not be considered a form of deception. You will understand me that indeed this one you'd wait for. Okay, yeah, so this is actually specifically your answers. I mean, I'm kind of close to the middle, actually. So, I'm sure you smart people in chat have also realized this. But indeed, every single one of the... Oh, well, not every single one, but most of the questions... It is worded like even more manipulatively, and that's the thing. Exactly, that's what I'm getting to. It's extremely fitting. All the questions are formed. They're extremely leading. They are loaded with lots of stuff, and you only get 2 different answers. And the thing is that always the answer that sides with Priestess more is always the answer that is more like objectively correct, because it's like it's closer to it depends. The answer to most of the questions, the real answer is it depends. But the questions are always worded in a way that the version that conforms to Priestess is closer to it depends, because there's like some loophole. So like, oh no, it's this one because there's this part that changes the interpretation of the question, while the other one is like clearly wrong unless you're just answering with the knowledge of, okay, what's being happening. So you like intentionally answer the other way, like the non-Priestess way. But all of this is extremely fitting. The whole point is indeed, I feel, that it is manipulative. That indeed she is trying to like turn you and be like, look, I have all these, you answered all these questions, so you agree with me, right? Hmm? And of course, yeah, you don't actually get to redo it at all. You can't probably like reset this in any form unless with a new account. Which that's why I find it cool. I somewhat knew where it was going. And it very quickly became indeed clear that yes, indeed. It is designed to push you towards a specific answer very, very heavily. And those answers are always the ones that align with Priestess. Brick to your account now. Multiple accounts. I do not have a single other account, so it's all funny. Actually, I wonder how long this is, like, up. Because I have friends who, like, aren't caught up, so I'm like, don't do this yet because you're not caught up. I wonder how long this is actually open for. Oh, so you could actually have them I could have them even do this, like, there's actually not anything technically spoilery in here if they just don't know. If you don't know, you know, if you're not aware, then actually, it doesn't really spoil anything. I'll say, like, now it does not indeed affect. I guess actually, it might have actually indeed, clearly there was something indeed in there. I don't want to read it because it has spoilers and bits in it. I read like a couple words, but it does actually seem to have affected something in chapter 15. Which is really cool. Truly a Valentine survey. It's kind of cool that it's like actually in some way, you know, integrated. I closed it. We are no longer listening to the rumbling. Game over there. Okay. Anime time. I think I said my thoughts about the ARG. I like it. It's cool. Obviously, we just get the final bit. At some point, I do actually want to go. I've never actually like it might be like a little bit late at this point, but I've never actually like fully gone through all the bits of the ARG. So it could be fun to go at that point, go through that at some point. One more month of waiting. Is it really only a month away? Isn't it more away? But yeah, indeed. So I did kind of also like, I could have very easily answered everything with, I guess, kind of what I believe more for the story itself. But like it's almost kind of more important to actually just play into it, play into the leading questions, play into the manipulation. That's kind of the whole narrative kinography of it. So, dude, yes. Thank you, Mongrel, for posting this. This is so real. Wait. Soup, Talula. Soup. Soup. But I do wonder how many people indeed I wonder how people answer the survey where they, you know, because you can very indeed you can, if you know like anything, you can very easily answer the way that you want to answer. Like you can answer in the way that supports the side that you like more, right? But I wonder how many people like do that, or they just answer like, you know, actually playing into the questions. I mean, you only see soup. Okay, we will prep for episode watchings. Which yeah, well, actually, I expected today to go slightly longer since we had reading and this to do and so on. Sort of agree with Bob's Doctor's Choice, so I know where it's going. See, that's fun. That is the cool part. But yeah, I mean, I do have so many. I mean, I have so many thoughts. I can't wait to like. Well, I like because I don't want to get like because I want my thoughts to be done like after chapter 15 and whatnot. But like, I have thoughts. Oh, wait, is that actually how it works? It actually affects like specifically your game. It's not like a global thing that they just changed what it says in the chat. It's specifically like. That's even cooler if it's specifically tied to your account. That's why I had to. I guess that does make sense why I had to log in. Yeah. Whoa. Whoa, that's even cooler. That's even cooler. Something changes or unlocks in your story based on what color you got. Dude. I can't wait to see what it is. Holy moly. That's even cooler. Okay, Cubic. Arknights, so episode... What number is this? 6? Oh yeah, it's very like you won't like notice it when you read it. Cause if you don't have the bit to compare it to, then if you don't have the comparison for it, then yeah. 6. Okay, it is episode 6. Oh, let me pull up live split. Live splitters so that we can time ourselves. Get gold. Get a gold split. We can wait for a little bit. People want to take a pee and so on, or whatever. We'll wait for a bit. I mean, you kind of already had time as we were prepping, but you know. Anything funny on Twitter? Twitter is actually full of obviously the like people posting the like ARG bits and so on. Yeah. Is that Doomer stuff you're hope maxing in this hound? Also, dude, this is also reignited. Surprise. So many people just posting spoilers. Ashri can suck my cock. 2 runs into the battle pass is so ass. I think you could get most of the rewards with actually even playing IS3, I think. Tallulah. Oh yeah, true, we'll get to hear non-punished Tallulah. Yep, there has been just like spoiler posting again. Be it art or whatever it is. Also, I mean, actually, I think people are going with it because it's like a fun thing to go along with. Also, because they're just posting CGs and like GIFs and stuff from the fucking chapter 15 as well. It's ridiculous. Yeah, people are obviously going because it's like, you know, it makes for good memes and whatnot, and it's like engagement and so on. But I think I'm supposed to make a tweet about it at some point. Maybe I'll be reignited to tweet this again now that things are going to start happening again. Maybe once chapter 15 hits again. I am low key like so pissed off that so much of the Dr. Teresa priestess dynamic has been just fully turned into like essentially shipping discourse. And like, oh, there's a right and a wrong, and like, ooh, wife, other wife. Wow. And I'm just like, this is this trio of characters. Also, actually, Kelsit is also kind of in there, you know. But this group of characters and their dynamics is like such an interesting and tragic and multifaceted like amalgamation of things, and all people care about is who's the wife. The mind boggles. Like, I both know why, because that's like the easy, funny tweets to make about it. But at the same time, it's like, why are you like this? Why are you like this? Sometimes you could just say nothing at all. Sometimes you could say just nothing at all. You could just like wait until we get the chapter and whatnot. I'm also just very interested because obviously all the memes also, you know, paint Priestess in a very specific light and so on. And I'm just wondering to see what the reality is, like for real, for real. When it stopped being funny when people used to joke for 3 years. The thing is, they haven't been for 3 years. This particular version of the joke or whatever has like mainly been there since Bobble dropped, I guess, and then got stoked. Like, the fire was stoked an insane amount when chapter 15 dropped on CN. It got stoked so much, and it went in like it got twisted a little bit more, and it's just like, oh my Jesus Christ, oh my good God. We watched the trailer at the start at D9, like 10 minutes into the stream. JP is mostly that when something wrong or weird happens in the story, they play Priestess in a playful way. That's very Japanese, yeah. They'll often do that, like, damn, how are you? But yeah, it's a whole thing, and I just really wanted, I really want chapter 15 to come around so that we have like, because I just want to see shit for myself, man. I want to see shit for myself so that I can actually make actual opinions about something, and then at that point, then I can truly start calling shit out. Because the thing is, I can't even call shit out, because if I interact with the discourse or whatever, I mean, I'm just literally jumping into the spoil of poolers. Holy moly, I can't speak. Into the pool of spoilers. So I can't even like talk about it, really, truly. Like, I cannot actually interact with any of it. Because like, because I'm trying to avoid the shit until I actually get to read it myself. It's like, for fuck's sake. Then I'm left here waiting. If only we're in the CN community, right? We would have had these talks 6 months ago almost. So much to go look back at once it releases real. But yeah. I things have been hijacked, and like it's just crazy to me how like maybe it's just because we don't have it yet, and it's because fucking I mentioned Twitter a lot, but like places like Twitter, even Reddit or whatever, and comment sections and everything, every goddamn post you see anywhere about it, everything has been boiled down to like the blacks and whites in the fucking game, where so much, like a game where specifically one of the main things that gets talked about when it comes to the story and characters is that everything is shades of gray. For some reason, this particular bit has really been pushed far into the blacks and whites. I'm like, no, for fuck's sake. What more can I say? I think that would surprise me or be any big reveals. I have not managed to be quite as spoiler free. I have bits and pieces. I mean, they were like things that I kind of probably sort of saw coming. Like, in that way, they're not like massive spoilers for some of the stuff that I've seen, but like, because kind of they were things that I saw coming, and some of the things that I was kind of like hoping for to happen. But it's still a little annoying. It's just a little annoying because it's like, if you get the confirmation for a spoiler, you don't really get to experience it fully. You don't get to like be there actually reading it and then being like, holy shit, it actually happened, you know? Doesn't really depend on twists, no, but there's some things which are like, would be nice, would be preferable to, you know, be there and actually experience them firsthand when it happens. Anyway, we ready for episode? Do I remember my buttons? I do. Okay. We ready? We count down from 3. This should be probably full backstory episode, in theory. 3, 2, 1. Jacket, sword, no way. That's a little loud. She eepy. She cold. Dear woman. Friend who always soaks into CN's story right away with shoddy translators boggles my mind. Actually, yes. It is indeed like, I guess people are desperate and so on, but yeah, like going off of like weird grapevine, through the grapevine translations for like important plot points is like, are you okay? I know like the 6-month gap is terrible and so on, but like, damn. I feel like this is just not a good experience. Also, they released a full animated MV for the opening. So like a full length MV. Always absorbing it halfway and has nothing to look forward to when it drops in the end. Yeah, exactly. It's like, it's just insane. It's like broken individual, man. It's a really good opening still, man. Like, goddamn. Oh yeah, we also do need the full ending. The full ending is still not out, I believe. Fucked up. Where's the full ending? Give it to me. I want to hear. I want to hear now. I'm trying to think this is the voice actor that I'm thinking of, and I kind of want to make a monogatari joke. Never mind, it's not the voice actor I thought it was. When you think about it, she truly is like, you know, dressed like a noble. Also, legs exposed. Oh, they addressed the... They did. They mentioned her clothing. Also, babushka, yeah. More assertive than you imagined. I feel like this was exactly what I expected. Like, she's, you know... She sounds so lively! Babushka. Babushka. There's like scratches on the uniform here. Not even. Not even. Oh. Yes, very fair trade. Dude, they're so wide. Thought he fucking cut off his arm for a moment. Thought she did cut her off for his hand for a moment. She's so naive. She's so pure and naive. Oh, the things she goes through. Ah, the wife. Dementia? Also, the back of the uniform is not doing quite as hard as the front. It's like all ripped up. They all look the same. Money. Old. Babushka. It's fun that they actually, well. For the subs, they use babushka and dedushka. Oh. By the way, there's a lot more blood in this season than the previous two. I guess they got it past the censors. Oh. 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 Ma'am? I forgot that she burns 2 villages. Look at the realistic fire PNG though. Fire effects could be better. They could be better blended. Then seen see you soon, she learned so really long ago. They planned this. They planned this. It's perfect timing. God, what a warrior of justice she was. It's so good. It's so nice to see this stuff. I wish I've never gone back to actually try and read those, by the way. Oh. It's the scene. Him. Oh, it's this voice actor. This voice actor is such a good pick. It's a scientific triumph. Music. Spooky. The fucking candles. Quite literally. Quite literally. Oh, oh. He speaks so close. They did shorten it a whole lot. Not that I remember what they talked about. It might a little bit quick. I think it could have. They could have like let it go a little bit slower. Trailer line. Foreshadowing is a literary device. Caught by wife. No. No. Why are you holding your sword like that? That's not a good way to hold a sword, ma'am. Two ears? Double ears? What's this song? They're not consistent about the double ears though, so then it's like funny, you know? It's clearly just sometimes very different. But the thing is, the fucked up part is that they have lower reasons to not be consistent with the ears, which is wild to think about actually. Like some will have both, some will only have one. Money. Does she keep herself warm with her arts? Because, like, her legs are just exposed. Hmm? Oh, okay. Ah, okay. They weren't with them yet. They were like, we'll try and get them to do it. She's hot. People shy. Actually, hasn't been that long because of the time skips, but Nice big crystals. Her. What? You just going right in? That easy. Did she agree to it? She didn't like explicitly agree to the deal. But they just have a handwritten list. That was a really pretty shot. That was a vibe. And there it is. Okay. First of all, I fucking called it. It does indeed end once they meet up with Frostnova. This one was a bit faster paced. This one had a bit of that sort of very fast speaking again. And then obviously like a bunch of sort of little side scenes were just kind of like montaged through. This one is a bit faster on the pacing again, which is, I mean, okay, fair enough. The backstory is quite a lot. There's quite a bit of backstory to have. And you got the most important parts, but yeah, this one goes a bit faster. It doesn't quite let some of the scenes sit as much as it could have. We did have a decent amount of Lena, though, yes. Much better than Arknights, yes. But you feel like you feel like 20% of like the Arknights thing. Also, now we have to start paying attention to all the images on the ending. If they change again. Yeah, especially I think the cache part could really use a little bit more time. It was very much like, we have to get at least this far in this episode, and we just kind of have to make it work. Which then caused most of the scenes, again, couldn't just quite sit around for as long as some of them really would have needed to. And it does like hop from piece to piece, or from scene to scene, quite briskly. And it does feel like the characters speak very sort of quickly again in a lot of scenes. Indeed, not anywhere near as bad as, the episode 2, Arknights episode, but for sure a little bit of that. A little bit of that. Which I guess is kind of a necessary evil with our limitations. Because we still have quite a bit to go through, and arguably there are some somewhat more important bits coming up that do need more time. But cache is obviously important. And once again, they kind of got like the most important parts in there, but then couldn't quite let the vibes fully settle for a lot of the scenes. Many such cases. But still decent. Like it serves its purpose, but not a terribly special episode this time, just because it's a bit too fast paced. I also didn't stop the timer. Not that it actually needs to necessarily stop, but not that it has to even be open anymore. Okay. Not too much to say about the episode otherwise, though. It's obviously just, it's, you know, also backup and setup and so on. Couple cool animation bits in there, though. Actually, specifically, the one that I specifically actually wanted to mention was the Alina, like the hard cut to Alina staring at the fire, and then like the camera movement and also the movement of like Alina's hair kind of like moving and so on was like weirdly, like surprisingly like smooth and like fancy. It looked really good. Another 7 out of 10 episode. Referencing the gacha CC drop. Huh? I don't know this reference. Apparently. Also, right, I made this fun. So, because yeah, they released the full, like, or an animated MV for the full version of the opening. And it has a bunch of the Arknights shots in it. So I thought it was a pretty good line. I understand now. The Arknights episode was actually just shots made for the MV. Because they work really well in the MV. No, if only they worked in the episode, though. If only they worked in the episode. Some gacha CCs rate the latest Wooba story patch 7 out of 10 that spiral out of control between the CCs and fandom as if it isn't a subjective opinion. Maybe we just hear about it because it is one of the bigger games, but like, why does Wooba keep like... Why does Wooba keep fucking like causing some kind of shitstorms? Like, I feel like it's at a much higher frequency than a Genshin, or a Star Rail, or a ZZZ, or a PGR, or a Honkai Third. Honkai Third is kind of dying though, I guess, but I feel like Wooba just has like I think I've said it at some point. Wooba just has like a whole... It has a whole thing with just like... I feel like the foundations for the Wooba fandom and somewhat also the CC space is so shoddy. The foundations are like... They have rot in them. And it's just hard to get rid of it. I bought. So it's like... I don't know. There's just something slightly wrong with it. Also, by the way, actually, never mind. While we're here, I've never talked about this on fucking stream because I always forget about it, and then I kind of missed my chance and so on. Now I have a chance with the ARG, and you know, because obviously we know it's a lynchpin, right? Like the link is Arknights Global /lynchpin. And I just want to show you something. So if you aren't aware, actually, maybe can I find the post about it? I should be able to. Wait. Because someone posted it on for, I think, on the Discord at some point. Where could it be? This Conway's game. Yes, this one. Chapter 15 info free. Yeah, this is specifically now relevant to now that we have the ARG. That's exactly what I'm going to talk about, Purple. That's exactly what I'm going to talk about. So, I mean, you don't even actually, it says episode 15 PV, it's irrelevant. But indeed, so there's a song called Lynchpin by the Star Killers. First of all, if you know anything about possibly what happens on, and obviously, you know, Lynchpin is there. And yes, the episode 15 PV song and this song do have a similar sound. They have a similar sound. But what I know why I put Star said Lynchpin. What I want to show you. So I'm going off of this, like, I haven't read chapter 15 or anything. This is all stuff that I go off of just really just global knowledge. What I want to fucking show you, I don't know if I can listen to it at all. But go listen to the song. First of all, it's a great song. It is a really good song. I really like it just as a song. It's unfortunately not on like
there's a version of it on YouTube which you can listen to, but it's not like, for example, on Spotify and places. It's from like first of all, it's from an album from like 2010 or something. But I'm getting distracted. I want us to look at the lyrics for this song, and I will prime you with the idea, because this is how I've interpreted it. This is my own interpretation based on just the name and so on, and Oracle and Lynchpin and all that from sort of the ARG stuff, which is now like essentially kosher for global. Where at the end of the ARG, I want us to look at the lyrics for Lynchpin, a song from genuinely like 2010 or something. Yeah, 2013 is when this album released with this song. I swear to God, Lowlight found this song and I was like, I'm going to base an entire character dynamic off of this song's lyrics and then also use the name in a fucking ARG. I swear. I was the earth, you were the sun. You spun like a compass around all that I've done. I know I've failed, but I tried my best. If only I could touch the hem of your dress. I was a pivot, you were a linchpin. You don't know the words, but you like how we bend. You don't know me now, but you know who I've been. If you could stay, you could love me again. Life is a game of interpreting scars, the bruises on my face and the lines on your arms. I haven't forgotten you need carrying too. I'm the heaviest burden that ever you knew. Dude, the lyrics are just 100% priestess and doctor. It is insane. It fits so goddamn well. There is no way it is not intentional. I swear to God, Lowlight genuinely just for some reason knew this song and was like, dude, I love the relationship dynamic that has been portrayed in the lyrics of this like 2-minute song. I am going to base one of the most important relationship dynamics in the goddamn story off of it. It's crazy. Like, especially after these 2 lines, you can then look at everything else as well. And it's just like, oh my God, are you shitting me? Like, this pair of lines is, first of all, goes insane. Really good lyric. And I mean, this is just Doctor and Priestess to a T. Like, this is them. Like, it is so clearly, like, it is essentially Doctor. Like, this is how you can interpret it, and I pretty much interpreted it. It is Doctor speaking to Priestess. It's very, like, it has the energy of, like, the scene between them in chapter 14, and I'm sure there's going to be something in chapter 15. But also, yeah, indeed, go listen to the track just in general. It's a really good track, and the lyrics go hard, and the singer's really good, and it hits, dude, the vibes off the charts. PV5 gonna have this song, dude, it would go crazy if it actually did. But let's be honest, it's probably gonna be another Starset one. Obviously, I mean, if you also go look at the lyrics for like Telescope, which is the PV4 song, you can read some stuff into it. And yeah, song is indeed, it has a similar sound style, like sound profile to the chapter 15 PV song. So, which is kind of like this, I don't know if it's exactly, but it's sort of Midwest emo-ish. Or the rod doesn't really fit. His current Doctor doesn't really care for Priestess or is somewhat hostile. Well, because, I mean, we don't necessarily know how that is. Kind of, sort of. Yeah, that's why I want to get to chapter 15, because I want to see it for real for myself. Because that's the thing, I feel like, well, I mean, I guess if it's chapter 15, it just is like that, then sure. But I feel like there's a whole part here where it's like, or maybe it happens later down the line once Doctor like remembers more of their past. I feel like you get into the situation of like you could see Doctor like, because that's the thing is I don't quite believe in the whole like Priestess is just a pure antagonist in that way, right? Kind of part of the thing that to me makes it so interesting and why I love this interpretation of the song's lyrics is that it paints such a like
tragic, fucked up picture of like what their relationship has become because of everything that's transpired. Can I share my favorite glitter crash out? Yeah. What is that? What does this mean? I don't. What crash out? Where did I crash out? When? I mean, sometimes I do it. It's true. YouTube clip. Post bubble crash out. Oh boy. Oh boy. It's been a while. It's been a while. I have 4 notifications. It's been a while. What did I do? If the reunion, it's like pretty much all the reunion. Oh, yeah, okay. And actually, this shit was before the game released. Yeah, yeah. I made a clip. I have a short of this. Where is it? Where the fuck is it? Listening to storytelling in the back. It's not, okay, not in this trailer. It's in the fucking event. I think I made the short of this. Yeah. The event. This CG is like from this event. No, where's the clip actually? This shit came out 2019. It's true, it did. The reunion. Wait, where's my shorts? My shorts. Actually, this one is actually one of the ones that has indeed done slightly better. It's like 8K views or something. Yes, this Arknights took 5 years. And actually, this shit was before the game released. This is in the event. In this event, this CG is like from this event. This shit came out 2019. So true. 5 years ago. 5. Also, nothing has changed since then except Pearly has joined the stream. I'm yelling. I like peeked the mic. It's true, I did peek the mic. Fuck, there was something else I was thinking of. Shit. Just never saw as an antagonist, just remember what Doc used to be like. Well, because I feel like it's not even necessarily remember of Doc what it used to be like. I feel like Priestess herself has probably also gone through some shit, you know? Pearly Gates. I feel like, I feel like there's we're gonna get like some Priestess backstory at some point as well, and it's probably gonna be like terrible and horrible and tragic. Right, where I know what I wanted to find. I'll find it. I won't show you all of my liked videos. Actually, it might even be my favorite. I forgot the favorites aren't a thing anymore. It's like just like a normal playlist now. Where is this? There is. I'm assuming. Frankly, I assume most of you have already watched this. If you haven't, for some reason, I may possibly stab you. But let me find it. Where is it? Where is it? It's even earlier? Is it? Really? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? How many liked videos do I have, man? There it is. Yeah, because I knew I couldn't search for it because the name is in Chinese. I knew I couldn't search for it because the name is in Chinese. But actually, probably I might just link it in chat even because of that. Or you can, well, because the fucking channel name's in China as well. This video, fucking incredible. It's by Kaifei. Kaifei? Kaifei? Fuck, I forgot their name again. Incredible video. This is specifically also, yeah, it's in Kaifei, who also, for example, officially did the art for Lapland's EP stuff and other bits and pieces actually in concerts now and so on. I'll literally link this in because if you haven't watched it, you have to watch it. This is specifically like post-Babel stuff. This was made at the very, I think it was, well, first of all, it was posted to YouTube at least 9 months ago. Like this is indeed like post-Babel content. And it is incredible. Also, really good music on it. For sure, copyrighted though, so I can't actually watch it and play it. Just incredible piece. Like it's very much like fan on. Like this is not official. This is fan on stuff. Like this is fan stuff fully. But there's some parts in this like fan animation MV
that is like so good, and I'm like, I kind of hope a bunch of this pretty much just ends up canon because it is so good. I love the dynamics and it, like what it's showing and so on. I'm like, please, please. Yeah, this is very much in the same. This is in the same kind of tier of content as the Last March of the Patriot and so on. Patriot was a different dude. Patriot also did they actually have their own channel as well. So this is the dude who made it. But this is also another really good. This one you can find. Wait, I think it's yeah, this one. This is the guy's actual channel, by the way. So this is the same guy who did the Last March of a Patriot, but it's not posted here. But they posted other stuff. This one here. So this is like Ancient Age. This has like a bunch of cool stuff. It's like a bunch of like essentially concept art then put to like kind of a music video type of thing. Show. Oh yeah, no, but yeah, I think this is their actual like account, but they go by Show. This one is also incredibly cool. So this is a take on one of the IS3 bad endings. And it's super fucking cool. Just go watch it. And yeah, they also did the this guy also did do the Steam Night one, yeah, which also just isn't posted to like their own YouTube channel, for whatever reason. They've made very cool stuff. And I'm pretty sure they also made Last March of the Patriot at the it's Show. That's right. It's right there. It's Show. And then indeed, Steam Night animation. Yeah, Centuries. This one. And this is I think this is their newest one. Is this one? It is not posted officially by them on YouTube, but this is a re-upload. And right, never mind. They did post it. Oh, do they have two channels? They have two channels. Wait, is it a different fucking guy? Oh, this guy is different from Show. I'm an idiot. This guy different from this guy. Different guys. Different guys. Two different guys. I'm dumb. This guy different. This guy also really good, but this guy also really good. Both very good. Go watch their videos. Also, I think that animation wasn't by Show. Now we're just sharing fan animations. I should be going, but I need to find another one, an IS5 one specifically. Let me try and find it. Okay, I found it so easily, thank God. Oh, never mind. This is also by Show. This is also Show, but it's not posted officially by them. This one. Search up IS5 animation made by Show. This also has copyrighted music at some point, so I can't actually play it. Watch this animation. It's really good. The only thing I'm saying for this, if you have not seen it, you are not ready for the Switch. You are not ready for the Switch. Go watch it. It's very good. Also, I'm here. You can't see because I'm actually hiding, but my stream is currently in the top right. Recommended as a watch. See, that's the thing, HH. They're combined on this one. It's really good. All these animations are very good. Go watch them. All of them, all the other ones you can actually find by, typing in the words. But the one by Kaifei, indeed, doesn't have any English words on it, so that's why I linked that one directly. Okay. Tomorrow, indeed, I'll be playing Popocom. With my Popocom partner, we'll do we had some maps and stuff left that we didn't do yet. We finished the last boss, but there was still like stuff that we could do afterwards. Like we had stuff left, so we'll do all those tomorrow, I think. It'll be a chill Popocom stream. But for now, thank you for coming, thank you for watching, thank you for chatting, thank you for lurking. Good stuff today. Good stuff today. Good readings. Decent anime episode, could have been better. And then ARG shenanigans. And also now sharing fan animations. Okay. Goodbye. Goodbye. Bye-bye. Hey there, Kurahu. Thank you for the bits. Just as we're leaving.
Hi Glitterel Rockamea.
Bye-bye.